He is. You know
Yes,
what
ma'am.
happened to me is it says click here and I clicked like 20 times. So it was just, it
Slow.
wouldn't come
We're
on.
streaming live. We're streaming live now, guys.
Okay.
We're on? Okay.
The meeting is live. You may begin.
All right. Thank you, Andrew. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Calling this meeting to order. This is a regular board meeting of the Board of Trustees of the Canutillo Independent School District. Today is April 28th, 2020. The time is 10:06 a.m. The meeting was scheduled at 10. We've had some issues with some of the board members getting on. On March 16th, Governor Greg Abbott granted a request by Attorney General Ken Paxton
Okay,
to temporarily suspend a limited number of open meetings
can you hear me,
to the extent necessary,
Andrew?
allow telephonic
Okay.
or video conference
I can see
meetings
Mr. Coronado, but I can't, this is on my phone.
in response to the coronavirus COVID-19. And Ms. Brigham, I'm starting the meeting. We will take a break to make sure we get everybody on. I'm reading the initial script for the meeting regarding the COVID-19 teleconference, video conference rules that the Attorney General
Mr.
and
Coronado, this
Governor
is
have
Ms. Brigham. Can you hear
instituted.
me?
In accordance with those suspended rules,
Yes, me, Brigham.
certify the following. Note of this meeting, notice of this meeting has been posted online for at least 72
I'm
hours.
leaving central office.
Although members of the board are not gathered in a central physical
Nick.
location, we do have a quorum
Nick.
attendance at this
I
meeting
cannot get one.
by a telephone call
Yes.
and internet access.
You're there.
We are meeting
But
by
I
use of
can't-
both telephone conference call, online access, and through
I
use of an
tried.
email
we
link for
mute her?
questions.
In-call volume is up as
If a
far as it
member
can
of the
go.
public submitted
My
written comments in
microphone is
advance, the board
unmuted.
president or a member of the administration will read the comments
Okay.
into the record before or during
Okay,
the
I
board's
just can't hear
consideration
anybody.
of that item. I think
I'm
they're
gonna go to central office.
trying to get on.
Annette. Annette. I can't hear you.
Okay. Thank you.
Annette.
Okay. All right, let me finish, guys.
Bless you.
Again, if a member of the public submitted written comments in advance, the board president or member of the administration will read the comments into the record before or during the board's consideration of that item. If you would like to provide comment at a future meeting conducted by video conference or telephone call, please follow instructions on the meeting notice. All other meeting procedures will adhere to board adopted procedures to the extent practicable. An audio recording of this meeting is being made and will be available to the public at a later date. We apologize in advance for any unforeseeable difficulties and ask you for patience as we navigate through these unprecedented conditions. Again, if you have any questions about these suspended laws, please call the Office of the Attorney General at 888-672-6787 or by email at toma@oag.texas.gov. Sonia, would you please, at this point, actually, I think if we can do the Pledge of Allegiance, and then we would take a break to make sure that all our board members have got on. I think some of them are having some issues
Can we-
logging on. So
No,
at this
Mr.
point,
Coronado, Mr. Chair, can we call roll to see who's on and who's missing, and then we could go from there to see?
yes, we will take, I guess, that's fine. We will take the items out of order. Sonia, at this time, can you please call roll?
Yes, Miss Brigham.
Present?
Mr. Coronado.
Here?
Mr. Payan.
I believe he's on mute.
Mr.
Sal, you wanna-
Payan.
Can you unmute him, Sonia, or?
I believe the
Yeah.
PIO.
I'm
There
on.
he is. There he
Is he
is.
there?
Yes.
Yeah.
Excellent. Mr. Rodriguez,
Present.
Mrs. Trout,
Present.
Mrs. Searles. I believe they're probably working with her on trying to get on.
Okay.
And Mrs. Iglesias.
Here,
All right. I believe we do have a quorum of the board. We have 6 board members that are present online.
yeah, that.
So at this time, if everybody would please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and the Texas Pledge of Allegiance. And Ms. Trout, the
Sitting.
pledge.
I pledge allegiance
Allegiance
to
to
the
the
flag
flag
United
of the
States
United States of America and
and
to the republic for
republic
which it stands,
which stands
one
one
nation,
nation
under
under God,
indivisible,
indivisible,
liberty and justice for all.
honor
Now the
the
Texas flag pledge.
I pledge allegiance to
to
the
the Texas
Texas,
state,
one state, under God, one and indivisible.
indivisible. All right. Thank you, Ms. Trout.
You're welcome, sir.
All right, welcome everyone, and I'm hoping that everybody and everybody's family is safe during this emergency. Our thanks go out to all the medical personnel and all the essential workers that are out there, have been working during the emergency of this pandemic. We thank them for their work, for their service, and their dedication to our community, our state, and to our country. Do we have everybody on now, Andrew?
Mr. Coronado, I believe we are lacking Mrs. Searles, who I believe is having issues calling in.
Okay,
But I know that the PIO is working with her now on that.
all right. I guess we can proceed to as much as possible. I'm going to try and see if we can,
Mr. Coronado?
yes,
Oh, pardon the interruption. This is Annette. You can hear me, sir?
yes, we can hear you.
Okay, because I can't see, but I think I had to go on my phone. My district laptop, my profile got changed again and I can't get in. So I can't see anybody, but as long as I can hear, I think I'll be okay.
Yes, I think we'll be fine. As long as you can hear and you can hear us, I think we will be fine.
And the only thing I can't do, sir, is I can't raise my hand. So I'll just have to try to just ask for, I'll just call Mr. Chair if I need to speak.
That's fine. And what I'm going to be doing actually for some of the items that are going to require discussion is I'll be calling individually on board members in line instead of having to. Look for-
Excellent idea.
Okay, so
Excellent
instead
idea.
of everybody
Thank you.
trying to raise their hand, I will call on everybody.
Excellent idea. Thank you, sir.
All right. Okay, so at this point then, let's go ahead and proceed. So we do the next agenda item, the County Independent School District Vision and Mission Statements. And Ms. Iglesias and Mr. Rodriguez, would you be kind enough to read those for us?
Okay. I'll do the vision, mijo. Mr.
You want me to go first?
I'll go first. Cananeo, a premier district, vision statement. Cananeo ISD is a premier district preparing tomorrow's best today with innovative, future-focused learning opportunities for every student.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And our mission is to create a rigorous student-centered classroom which develop future-ready students to compete in a global economy and thrive in a multicultural world.
All right, thank you, Ms. Iglesias and Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Chair, Ms. Searles has asked us to hold the meeting. I think she's gonna be getting on according to our PIO.
Okay. All right. With the board's consent, let's take a little 3-minute break and then we will proceed with agenda item 2.
Thank you, sir.
Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Earls,
Can
hear
you
us?
hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh my gosh, this has been like this has not been fun, and I don't understand why. For some reason, I could hear you all. Mondo was saying the end, I think, of the mission statement, and I kept hollering out to y'all, but you couldn't hear me. And now, just right now, some lady came on and said, "We will unmute you now."
Okay.
So I think that I'm with you all.
Yes, you are. We can hear you, Ms. Earls. We took a break. We are on agenda item 2.
Thank
Board
you.
So I will be, since some of you cannot, I can't see you raising your hand, what I'm going to be doing is calling on individual board members. Instead of you having to try and get my attention, I will allow equal time to everybody with regard to the items for discussion. I'll allow 3 minutes each for discussion on those items, and I will be calling on everybody, whether you have some contribution or comments or not. All right, is everybody online now?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Right. Okay, Sonia, let's proceed with the meeting then.
Yes, sir. Item 2, board business, a discussion and possible action regarding the facility master plan launch.
All right, who from administration is going to present?
Board.
I am.
Go ahead.
Is Bruno on?
Liza, we should have a representative, Mr. Marcon.
Bruno's on, but he's muted.
Board, if you could
Sorry.
please note, it should read ADM, not ABM.
Good morning, Board President, board members, Dr. Galaviz.
Good morning, Bruno.
I hope everybody's safe and healthy. We have with us a presentation from the company that the board selected for the facilities master plan at the last special board meeting, ADM. We have David Peterson and Ben Barson with us. They will provide the board with preliminary information about the process of conducting this facilities master plan update and some of the work that they've been able to do to date. Ben, David, good morning. Are you with us?
Mr. Barcon, could we please identify the telephone number so I could promote you with speaking rights? You may call or text 915-920-0774.
And Andrew, while Mr. Barcon is able to connect, I know David is able to connect, and he may be already in the meeting, but he may just need public speaking access. There he is.
Good morning. How are you?
Morning.
Good
Good
morning.
morning.
Please identify yourself for the record.
My name's David Peterson, and I'm with ADM Group.
Good morning, David.
Good morning. How's everyone today?
Thank you, sir.
Fine, thank you.
And I'm sharing the screen that has just a short introduction PowerPoint.
Okay, mine went off. My screen went off. I'm off the.
All right, let's take a 30-second break. Andrew, see if we can get Mary's screen on. Mary, I can see you. Can you hear us?
I can hear you. I just don't have the screen. That's okay.
The presenter has begun sharing his screen. That could be the reason.
Yeah, that's the reason.
Who's not sharing their screen?
Sorry
As
about
long as I
that.
can hear you.
It's what's in the board packet.
Yeah. But that's not coming up on mine. My screen is my home screen.
Yeah, nothing's coming up on mine either, Mary.
Sometimes when the screen is shared, board, if you were to go to the bottom of your computer, you're gonna see the Zoom icon, that little, looks like a camera. And sometimes it gets hidden there,
Like a camera.
way at the bottom of the screen. Like your
I
open
have-
tabs.
To our left, Sonia? To our
At the-
left?
At the bottom, ma'am. And it kind of depends how many tabs you have open, but sometimes Zoom is gonna just go to the bottom.
It's like those little squares, one square on top of the other, right?
And it says share screen.
That's okay. That's okay.
Okay, I got it.
Okay, great.
Go
Good.
ahead, Mr. Peterson.
All right, Mr. Peterson.
Okay, and Ben is sending me his number so I can give it to you to get him on the phone really quick. His number that he called in on is 602-918-1975.
I can learn to
Mr.
understand you
Barcone.
much better if I can get.
Ready?
Good morning. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, we
I
can.
hear you.
So President Coronado, this is Ben Barcone. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can hear you, Ben.
All right. I apologize. I had a little bit of trouble getting the audio going, but if I could briefly, as a way of introduction, the ADM Group is a 24-member architectural firm, been in business for 27 years. We're currently working with or have worked with over 80 school districts, providing everything from architectural design, master planning, bond planning, program management, as well as the master plan that we're currently doing with your district. You just heard Dr. Peterson, who's our main point of contact for this project, kind of introduce himself, but I'll let him do that again if you'll allow us to. In our PowerPoint, I think we have Jeff Fleming also from our office on the line. So if somebody could switch to the screen with the team pictures on it.
I got it, Ben.
It's on there.
Okay, so we have Dr. Peterson, who's our project manager, and I'll let him kind of give you a little bit of his background. David?
Thank you. Good morning. And we're excited to be here and being able to be a part of this project. I've been in school facilities and school administration for over 30 years. And really, as I've said before, schools are my passion and making a difference for kids. And I think that's what's important. And I truly believe that our facilities impact education and the learning environment. And we want to make sure that every student has the best opportunity to be successful. I came up through the ranks, through facilities, director of operations, director of construction. I've built millions and millions of square feet. I was on the Arizona School Facilities Board, helped them develop their standards. I'm also a retired school superintendent, so I've kind of came over from the dark side to school administration, and I've been very, very fortunate over the years. And as you can see, I do have my law degree. I am a member of the board of the bar also. So I've been able to utilize my talents and the gifts that I've been given to really help make a difference for schools. And that's why I'm here and what I hope to share with Ken and Teo.
Thank you, Mr.
And
Peterson.
so the rest of our team consists of Jeff Fleming, our senior registered architect, Jennifer Weskelnies, our director of architecture, myself, and Glenn Patterson, who's our BIM manager. Besides these people, we still have local engineering firms that we're utilizing for structural MP&E and civil, as well as an energy consultant, Midstate Energy. So that's our entire team. We understand local, and we've teamed up with a local architectural firm called Root Architects that are officed in downtown El Paso. We've had a relationship with them for about a year and a half, and they have 8 additional people in their office. So if you look at the entire team, there's 24 of us and 8 of them. So we have about 32 registered professionals that are available to work on this project. Now, David himself has been in El Paso all last week, all this week. And so, David, I'll turn it over to you.
Great, thank you. And as Ben said, I have had an opportunity to visit the district sites and walk them so far. District facilities here have been very gracious. They are very knowledgeable and have shared a lot of history with me as we've gone through the facilities. I got to tell you, Gilbert, he has key rings with about 100 keys on them, and he has to juggle all those keys to try to get me indoors, and he's done a wonderful job. So kudos to the staff here. Right now, I am in the middle of reviewing the documentation for the district. I'm going through the asbestos management plans, also getting all of the drawings that are digitized being done. I've done an initial site appraisals, and based on that, I'll be working on some of the initial data to get our engineers in to look at things a little closer. I'm waiting to get the demographics, actual enrollments. I received the demographic study update that was done, and I'm waiting to get the current year enrollments from the schools so I can have that. We have sent out the facility survey to all of the schools, and I've heard back from 5 schools so far, and we're waiting to get those, and we are doing a lot of work. So pretty excited, and just being able to see what's happening and look forward to the future. So it's been a busy couple of weeks, and we're going to continue to work hard with you. Our schedule here, as it shows, we're doing our site surveys in April and assessments through May. We'll be working on demographics. We will work then with Dr. Galaviz and Bruno to work on some stakeholder meetings and things, and also with the board. I believe that we may have in May a work study session with the board to talk a little bit about what your visions are and expectations, and get into that a little further in May. So hopefully we can get that worked out. And then from there, we want to take what you guys want to do with the community. So we're open to what community meeting and dialogues later in the year, obviously with everything closed down and going to be opening slowly, and then school and how that will work. We want to be in the background and really be supportive and not be an impediment to operating the district and serving the students. And then, finally, our report, we're looking to have that finalized and brought forward the end of September, 1st of October. So that's our schedule. Our goal is to update all the square footages of the facilities, provide detailed descriptions, what it's going to take to bring facilities up to current accessibility and building code issues, recommended corrective actions, compliance with all the different codes, and there's been a fair amount out there. We're also going to be providing actual costs that are adjusted for the El Paso area. So we have the RS means cost data, and I've adjusted it for the El Paso area for our database so that we can give realistic costs for the area here. We will provide detailed narratives of our evaluations, lots of photographs. I've probably taken this last week of probably 4,000 photographs this last week, and that last week and this week. So we've got to go through those, pick the ones, but we have really good documentation of the facilities. This week, I'm working on your actual building plans and being able to take those and do new updated plans for floor plans and site plans so that they can be used by the schools, by maintenance. And I think that'll be very helpful. And then I'm looking for the overall enrollment numbers so we can talk about right sizing and some of those things down the road that need to probably occur as you move forward over the next 5 to 10 years. So that's just a short introduction of ADM and what we're here to do. We'd love, if there's any questions out there, we'd love to hear them, and we just want to thank you for the opportunity.
All right, thank you, Mr. Peterson, Mr. Barcone. Administration, do you want to make any comments before I ask the board members for any questions?
If you would, David, maybe you could talk a little bit more about your recent experience with master plans.
Sure. This last year, I've been involved and actually led 6 different district master plans in various areas. I have done a large district that was 46 facilities, down to a smaller district similar to Canutillo that was about 8 facilities. I just finished a comprehensive high school district, and with their bonding program, working through that. I've done the Embry-Riddle University and their flight school programs in Prescott. So we've done quite a bit in the last couple of years, and the last year, 6 in particular that I've led and completed. And we've had great results. So we're pretty excited.
Thank you, gentlemen. Okay, do we have any questions or comments from the board? This time I will start with Ms. Brigham.
Thank you, sir. I would just like to ask the gentleman, will your firm be providing the schematics or AKA blueprint of each facility as far as a printed and digital copy to Mr. Bruno Vasquez?
Yes, ma'am. We will be.
Okay, both
And
printed and digital, yes.
yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Printed and digital, and anything that anyone needs to have done kind of custom or tweaked, we will also make sure we have that taken care of.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, Ms. Brigham. Next, Mr. Payan.
Question is to Bruno, I guess, more or less, and also to the gentleman. Does this process involve those buildings over there behind the Canutillo Middle School and the old administration building?
Yes, Mr. Payan, the purpose of the work is for it to be comprehensive, including all of the district facilities, not just whatever's occupied, but also buildings that may not be occupied currently, and we expect to have recommendations for the board's consideration and the community's consideration regarding the use of all of those facilities as well.
Good now. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Payan. Mr. Rodriguez. Mr. Rodriguez.
Sorry, I was on mute. Currently no questions, but I guess my more of a comment is this will help guide us to we're assessing the current needs and then future needs. And I guess how do you all process that through your all's firm?
So first of all, we're going to give you a snapshot, a 3 and a 5 year projection of what needs to be corrected out there and what the costs for each year by campus would be. We could go as much as 10 years if you wanted to, but I think you'll realize the further out we go, the harder it is to predict what's going to happen. So the accuracy for any master plan is within 3 and 5 years. We'll also go through and give you a priority listing of emergency needs, intermediate needs, and things that maybe can be pushed out 5 or more years. So we'll give you a real good vision of what we're seeing out there, what your maintenance people are seeing, what the community would like to see done. You know, at first glance, it's going to be probably a large amount of projects and a big number to fix. And then somehow we'll have to work together with the district to bring that down to a realistic plan.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Barcon. Next, Ms. Trout.
Yes, good morning. I just got a little question. My question is, if this group or Mr. Peterson, along with Mr. Bruno, they physically go and make or perform the visits to the facilities, do they talk to the persons in charge of the facilities about the needs, about everything personally?
Yes, ma'am. We've already started that process.
And are you scheduled on time with this?
We're a lot of the next schedule we have the facility surveys out to the facilities. I've talked with the maintenance folks and gotten their input initially, but the principal obviously is the most important. They're the captain of the district for their ship, for their school. So we want to make sure we get their input. So part of it is helping them probably through the summer as they finish the school year, because we want to make sure they focus on finishing the school year strong with the students, but then spending the time with them. So we will be utilizing, and I'll be working with Bruno as we move forward to make sure that all of the folks that need that input will be able to give it to us.
Definitely. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Trout. Ms. Searles.
Yes, good morning. It's very nice to speak with you, gentlemen. I look forward to doing business with you all. And will you look at our geothermal system?
Absolutely. I've already looked at it preliminarily over at Canutillo High School. There appears to be a leak in one of the loops. So that's something that we will have our mechanical engineers come in and try to see what we can do to maybe isolate and figure out exactly, or if there's something, because it's a smaller leak, it appears it's slowed down a little bit. We may have some additives that we can put in the system that can help, that would be able to take care of that leak, but we will definitely take care of that.
Thank you for addressing that. And you do have, and that will be included in the cost that we've paid you.
Yes, ma'am.
Very good. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's all.
All right, thank you, Ms. Searles. All right, anything further from administration or from ADM?
No, sir.
Not from my end. Thank you, board.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. I'm glad that you all are on board to get this done. As we've already actually learned of some of those issues that.
Mr. Chair, I think Mary had a comment.
Oh, I apologize, Mary. I didn't call on you. I apologize.
Always forget me.
I apologize.
That's okay.
Mary,
No, I just want
Ms.
to say,
Iglesias, go ahead.
I just want to say thank you, ADM, for joining us in our next endeavor. I just want to say thank you, and I know you all will do an excellent job for us.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, can I ask one other question?
Yes, sir. Mr. Payan.
Yes, sir. I was going to ask, is this assessment involve the future needs and the current structure of all of our internet and digital needs that are going to be required for the future in case of another shutdown, or even the future of using internet and things like that for our students in the future?
So if I could, your district is not any different than most districts out there. They're all struggling to find a way to get internet to homes that, number one, can't afford internet, to get them computers for families that can't afford computers. We're working with providers like CenturyLink and Cox Communications. We're working with the city. We're working with other school districts to try and see what best practices they have out there. We'll continue to work with your IT department. So yes, part of our master plan would be talking to your IT department and trying to come up with solutions and get ready for that next crisis, whatever it is. We'll also be working with your transportation people to find out, what their needs are in the way of vehicles and maintenance and buses and et cetera. As you know, a lot of districts are using the buses out there as a hotspot. It's not a real efficient way to do business, and nobody likes leaving a bus parked out in the neighborhood overnight or whatever the case might be. So we've got to find a solution, and we're working on it.
Mr. President and Board Member Payan, the key for us is we want to be a resource. And so as the district, I know the district's already had folks working on it, so we want to be a resource to them and help provide the information and whatever experience that we've already had for them so that a good solution can be found long-term for the district.
Good. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Payan. Thank you, Mr. Peterson. All right. Mary, anything further? I apologize. I didn't call on you.
That's okay.
Right.
I'm good.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. All right, thank you, gentlemen. Again, we look forward to working with you all and your company and all your group and the local other professionals that you have associated yourself with to be able to help us with this project. And we thank you and we look forward to working with you. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, next agenda item.
Yes, sir. Item B, COVID-19. Discussion and possible action to approve board resolution to authorize emergency purchases under Texas Code Government 43.07 as a result of the district's major operational failure due to unforeseen COVID-19.
All right, administration.
Miss Sita, are you there? And Ms. Pekarsky and Ms. Mata.
Good morning.
Good
This is
morning.
Martha.
Good morning, Ms. Pekarsky.
Dr. Galaviz. I'm going to let Priscilla Mata talk about this item because she actually helped us draft it. And I don't know if there's any change now that the announcement came out yesterday.
Sure. Good morning, board president, board members, Dr. Galaviz.
Good morning,
So
Priscilla.
what you have in your board packet is a resolution we prepared to address emergency purchases during this closure. You'll notice that toward the end, in fact, on the last page, the resolution provides that this suspension of procurement rules, which is what the resolution does, is basically effective for the duration of the emergency declaration by state and local governments. As you all may be aware, Governor Abbott issued an order basically reopening the state and certain businesses for a limited capacity starting this Friday. In our opinion, I don't think it changes the longevity of this resolution. I think it's safe to say that you can operate under this resolution if necessary, so long as school districts are closed. And you'll remember that one of the previous executive orders issued by the governor basically closed down all school districts in Texas for the remainder of the school year. So this resolution comes to you because you have to, under law, specifically make certain board findings. You have to find, number one, that the district has suffered an operational failure as a result of COVID-19. And that basically translates to the school district cannot effectively provide instruction to students due to COVID-19 unless we are able to make emergency purchases, which may or may not require us to suspend the procurement rules. And that's important because during one of our conversations, and Ms. Pekarsky may remember this, she mentioned there's certain items that, yeah, certainly you can go the procurement route or you can get through a co-op, but there may be some items, goods or services that you cannot get without having to go out to bid or going through that bidding process. So what this resolution provides you is an alternative to that. It basically says we have a need, we have reason to suspend the rules because we need essential emergency purchases and we need those items ASAP. So this is a resolution that would allow you to do that. It also provides board findings for to make certain that any purchases you make during the suspension of the procurement rules meets a public purpose. So this resolution provides all of those board findings. It basically terminates when the closure or the emergency is resolved. So you can safely use it for the remainder of the school year.
All right, administration.
If not, Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion to approve administration's recommendation.
I disagree.
And I say, okay.
Okay, we do have a motion and a second. I will call on each individual board member at this time. Ms. Brigham.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Um, Priscilla, I have a question for you, if I may.
Yes, ma'am.
Can we give a maximum amount to allow CISD to purchase items?
We did already.
Well, I just want to make sure that it stands. I just want to make sure, yes, I think I heard a board member said, I think.
Yeah, that's a good question. So those are two separate things. Number one, you've authorized during your last board meeting to temporarily raise the purchasing threshold for Dr. Galaviz. And that was raised to $100,000, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Or possibly more.
No.
No, it
That's
was
100.
not.
It was 100.
Okay, so that was under CH local. So that's going to allow administration to make those purchases necessary to respond to COVID-19. What this resolution does, however, in the event that you have to purchase an item that you can't get through a co-op or a DIR contract, or, you know, if for whatever reason the procurement rules would delay the purchase, this resolution allows you to make a purchase up to $100,000 and suspend any procurement rules. So it works together, but they're two separate things.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Mata, you said up to $100,000. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and I think that answers that question. And then I have one other question. And you said this terminates when the emergency crisis is declared over. I have a question on that, because if, you know, like they keep on widening the net as far as allowing people to go back to work and things like that.
Sure.
So do we have it phased in at all? Like if you have 50% of the workers and Kenyattio, you know, working from home or at the facility, is even if we have 75%, are we still going to be having to abide by this resolution?
Yeah, so the resolution would safely cover the remainder of the school year, because even though, remember, the governor is reopening certain businesses, but
Yes,
his
ma'am.
executive order, which I recall being GA 14, so basically his 14th executive order is the one that applies to the school district for the remainder of the year, and that requires for students to stay at home for the remainder of the year. This resolution ties into all of the necessary items you have to purchase for remote instruction, remote learning, distance learning. And so in our opinion, it would cover the end of the school year, that period up until the end of the school year. If something changes, of course, we can always come back and amend the resolution at the board's will. So we'll make sure to keep monitoring the situation.
And my last question, Ms. Mata, thank you, is okay, can the administration, this is for the budget for the rest of the school year. Is that correct, Ms. Mata?
I'm sorry, what was your question about the budget?
It's for just this budget that ends in June 30th. Is that correct?
Yes.
That's my understanding.
Okay, so could the district go in, could the administration go in and purchase stuff that requires outside the confines of the district budget already?
This is Steve. I'm not sure I understand the question. The district has a budget that still has to be followed. What we've done is you've simply said the superintendent and the administration can make purchases without first coming to the board up to a threshold of $100,000. It used to be much lower than that. You had to have board action.
We're talking about
What we're doing today is saying they can make those purchases within that threshold without using the required competitive bidding processes. It doesn't mean that they can not use them. If they choose to use them, they can. They want to call up and get quotes, they can do that. If they want to use a competitive seal proposal or a request for qualification, request for proposal method, they can still use all those. You're just giving them flexibility in the case or event they say, hey, we really need this and we don't want to wait 30 days to publish notice in the El Paso Times to buy something that costs $80,000 and it's within the budget.
Thank you. Thank you for that explanation, Mr. Blanco, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Burkham. All right. Mr. Rodriguez.
No question.
All right. Mr. Payan.
No questions.
Ms. Iglesias.
I'm good. No questions.
All right. Ms. Trout.
My question was already answered about the operation of failure. So it was my only question. It was already answered. Thank you very much.
All right. And Ms. Searles.
I do have a question. I think it would be appropriate if in the resolution, because right now it reads that it's effective for the duration of COVID-19 emergency declaration. Well, he already got rid of that. So maybe it should read until the end of the school year.
Oh, good idea.
Could I comment on that?
Yes.
This is Elizabeth. I know we're talking about the remainder of the school year, but if this pandemic continues into the next fiscal year, we would need to have this in place until the pandemic or is resolved or is over.
But the governor has already declared it's over.
Not for the school district.
No,
exactly.
But as of Friday, our state is opened.
Well,
And
I
this
guess
reads
look at-
right now, the reading, it's only the wording. It's not an opinion, it's the wording. It's to suspend purchasing process is effective for the duration of the COVID-19 emergency declaration by state.
Has he,
But
has he already declared it over?
Yeah, May 4th, yesterday. It's over on Friday.
He didn't declare the
Not
COVID-19 over.
Based
He
on-
declared his
His state of emergency is over.
no, not the state of emergency, the restrictions that he had upon. He's released some of those restrictions to 25% at restaurants. But the COVID-19, we don't know, and
Priscilla, didn't you just say at the beginning of this that since, I won't try to repeat what you said, but didn't you just preface the whole thing with that?
Yeah, so the governor is going to be reopening businesses. I'm not certain that the emergency declaration is necessarily expiring on Friday, but I will tell you this, the resolution already provides language that allows the board today to basically make a motion to approve the resolution for the remainder of the school year. So you'll note in the last paragraph that it says the authority granted by this resolution to suspend purchasing processes is effective for either the duration of the COVID-19 declaration by state and local governments, unless the board takes action to authorize this resolution for a longer duration. And I think to be safe and to Trustee Searle's point, the board can simply make a motion to approve this for the remainder of the school year.
I agree.
Thank you. I agree.
Wait, the physical school year or the academic school year?
Fiscal.
Okay, so June 30th.
but
Priscilla, could you clarify what you were?
It's really based on the district's needs. So if fiscal works better, that's fine too.
I think we need to do it for the fiscal because, ordinarily the schools, the actual school would be over or classes would be over. That I don't think that necessarily the school year's over. I think the classes are over at the end of May, usually early June. But there's still issues that we do even even in June. So I think we just, let's leave it at the fiscal year at the end of June 30th.
But to Ms. Sita's point, I mean, COVID without the vaccine, it's still unknown. So if we come June 30th and then we come with our new budget July 1st, and we need to, and I'm just going to say mask, all the kids need masks because you don't know what CDC is going to have us do. So I like it to remain as is. I mean, it's and then that way we can, if need be, we can operate in July until the declaration is over, truly over.
Mhm.
The motion stands.
All right, any further discussion from the board? We do have a motion and a second before the board. Any further discussion? All right, hearing none. Sonia, please pull the board.
Yes, sir. Ms. Brigham,
Yes.
Mr. Coronado,
Yes?
Mr. Payan,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mrs. Trout,
Yes.
Mrs. Searles,
Yes.
and Mrs. Iglesias?
Yes.
Motion passes. Board President, we had a question submitted a few minutes ago regarding the previous item, and this is the question. I have a question in regards to this new facilities master plan. What's the difference between this plan with the one made back in 2015? Thank you for all you do for this district.
All right, well, if administration want to take that question?
I believe Bruno's off right now.
Okay.
Yes, sir, we got it, we got it.
Is he there? So
Well, many of you were on the board when
Martha P's there and Bruno's back on.
Yes, I was just granted.
I'm trying to unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Bruno.
Yes, we
Thank
can.
you. Thank you. So the difference is that this is an update to that previous facilities master plan. That is the main difference.
It was, Mr. Chair, was
Ms.
it the
Trout.
plan was made in 2015 or 2016?
2016.
Bruno? Mr. Bruno?
Yes, Ms. Trout, I'm sorry, I don't have the date. I believe it was delivered to the board in 2016. The
Yes.
work began maybe a year before or so. But since there was no action taken by the board,
Are we taking questions from the community or trustees again, Mr. Chair?
This was questions from the community regarding
If followed by a question
master
from Ms.
plan.
Trout. I just
Oh,
want
that
to
I-
stick to the agenda.
All that I just wanted to clarify, because this community asked 2015. All that I want is to provide the exact year to this community member, that it was 2015 or 2016. That's only clarification. Thank you.
It began in 2015, but it was delivered until 2016, beginning of 2016.
Yeah, and that's a
Thank you very
proper
much.
clarification since it was asked by a community member for
Thank you.
given a time frame. So,
That's it.
all right.
Thank you. Okay.
Hearing no other comments, we will then move on to the next agenda item.
Yes, sir. Discussion and possible action regarding a future issuance of maintenance tax notes to upgrade technology and/or facility infrastructure.
All right. Ms.
Mr.
Pekarsky.
Mejia and Mr. Braden and MP. Again, this was discussed at the April 8th regarding our response to COVID-19 pertaining to using maintenance tax notes in order to buy devices for our kids and looking at some other technology infrastructure upgradings. Ms.
Mr. Chair.
Pekarsky?
With that being said, I'll make a motion to approve administration's recommendation.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I know some people do have some questions, and I know I do. I'm going to start again first with Ms. Brigham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's a little bit disheartening or concerning, I think, disconcerting to for the issuance of the maintenance tax notes. We're looking at probably $1.2 million that we're going, más o menos, that we're going to be taxing our monies with. And if you look at the COVID crisis, the economic crisis, and now the oil crisis in Texas, that funds most of our money coming into it. We're going to have a very lean year next year. I'm just very reticent on, I understand the need because boy, we need to do something as far as accessing, getting more computers to the kids, the infrastructure. I don't think by limiting, by not following purchasing guidelines and by not doing this other things is we're going to end up with, I mean, we could end up with computers and nothing to turn them on to. So I'm just a little concerned about it, Mr. Chair. But other than that, I just think that we're spending money, a lot of money, and in a very uncertain condition, because I think Texas has 3 crises. And thank you, sir.
All right, thank you, Ms. Brigham. Mr. Payan,
No.
Mr. Rodriguez.
So, can you all hear me? Sorry.
Yes, we can. I believe we can.
Okay, I thought I was on mute. I was trying to research something. So my biggest thing in regards to this, it would have been nice to probably tier the purchasing of these computers. But right now, what we have is an issue of equity and inclusion. And my biggest thing is depending on where we go and how we go, or how long this takes, those equity gaps will continue to widen. And so this is something that we've talked about for years, talking about a one-to-one device. I'm glad that we're finally going to get it done. There's a quote by the mayor of Chicago that says, "This is a call to action for all of us. When we talk about equity and inclusion, they are not just notions, they are imperatives." So we need to address a lot of the underlying factors. And of course, access and one-to-one devices is huge for our district. And we've seen other districts lead on this in our region. And yet I think this is a way to lead at the same time instead of the other issues. Hopefully we're looking at funding within hopefully another stimulus. We know that there might be some funding within this past stimulus, but they need to address this equity issue. And the other issue that we're focusing with NSBA is $2 billion being asked for E-rate funding to help with this. So I think as we address it, it's a need. It's not a want. And so I think administration has been working hard throughout this COVID-19 to be able to provide these options to our kids. So I think it's needed.
All right, thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Ms. Iglesias.
No questions.
All right, Ms. Searles.
Go ahead, Mr. Coronado. I'll
Okay.
think about it a little bit more.
You're
Yes,
gonna
I
pass
will
it-
ask them question, but go ahead.
You have some questions? Say it now.
I do, but I'd like to hear your thoughts on it, please.
Okay, all right. I do have some questions for administration. Obviously, first off, Dr. Galaviz, with respect to, apart from the laptop issue, the rest of the money, your plans obviously is for other issues in the district for access. For access, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And apart from that, are there?
And last board meeting, we were talking about LED lighting.
The LED lighting, of course, that's going to cost a lot more than $100,000. So you're going to bring that back to the board anyways,
Yes, sir.
as well as the issue with respect to the access.
Yes, sir, because that's when we're working with ADM to do infrastructure about connecting Gaudio Connects, like a smart city.
Right, and you know what, I think that it's great that we did approve this master plan because now we have help with from the ADM group to give us some input with respect to our internet access for the district. So I'm really glad that we had, that the board voted to go ahead and do the master plan. Not only that, if we're going to be planning for any other issues down the road for our instruction and facilities, that obviously, not only is the master plan needed, but we're going to need a 5-year plan. And that's really what most of the companies looking that we're doing. And I'm sure that the community wants to see that we have a plan in place before we actually do go out and ask them to approve funding for those issues. So the other comment I want to make with respect to is we really did, this is an issue not just of equity, this is an issue of access to learning for everybody, not necessarily equity. We have to have our kids learning. And I've spoken to some of the teachers and some of our students who don't have access to internet that are getting these packets. These packets aren't getting turned in back in to the schools. And they're not going to do it until the schools reopen. So we don't have any contact with these individuals other than they pick up the packets and that's it. And the teachers say that with respect to those that are online learning, they do have more of a similarity with respect to the education going on in the classroom, even though it's not physically there. So I just think this is just not an issue of equity. It's an issue of sticking to our mission here of educating children. The other issue is there is an equitable issue with respect to kids that do not have access to the internet or access to a computer or a tablet. And so they're missing out on instruction. We can't keep tabs on them, whether they're doing the instructional assignments that they're being given. The other thing is online testing is going to be done online now. Some of these kids that we have are not going to be able to have access if this continues. It's continuing at least till the end of the school year. I don't know how we're going to do that if we don't get our kids to do that. So and not only that, we're behind the curve in terms of getting access to our kids on one-on-one with having to have both a computer or access to a tablet and to the internet. So I think this isn't a question of should we do this. This is a question that we must do this for our students. This is why we're here. This is the basic of our mission, is to instruct, make sure our children are getting instructed. And right now, I don't see that happening. What I hear from the teachers is that, there's no way for them to check up on a lot of these students that don't have them. And some of our families have more than one student in their household. So if they only have one computer, they all can't get on into it. So this isn't a question of whether we want to do this. This is a question that we have to do this. So I do want administration to keep us updated, though, with respect to the purchasing and how the training is going. I know we're going to get extensive training both to our teachers, our IT staff, with respect to the Apple Care. So I think this is something we need to do, and we can't wait any longer. The longer we wait, the longer that these kids are going without instruction or any checking up on them and how some of these students are doing. I don't think we can afford that. And so I think we need to pass this. All right, anybody have any other questions? Administration?
I do.
Ms. Searles.
Yes, sir. So whoever this is relevant to, Ms. Pekarsky, I don't know who else is on the phone. What we're looking at here, it looks like is about $5.2 million to buy the computers. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. We have
But
gotten an updated quote, but I'm not sure that we made a decision on which one to go with.
And what was the updated quote?
4.8.
Okay, so let's just go with $5 million. $5 million is what is needed for the computers. The paperwork that we're looking at today has $10 million. So there's $5 million that is not directly related to the computers. These are other capital outlays, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So What will our first payment be on $5 million, and what would our first payment be on $10 million? Or what will our payment be?
Okay,
First one,
and
second one, all of them.
I wanted to address for Ms. Brigham. She was asking about whether these are being purchased under the emergency resolution.
We're losing it.
And
Yeah, we're
they're
losing you, Ms.
not.
Pekarsky.
The other thing is,
We can't hear you.
Yeah, Ms. Pekarsky, you're going in and out.
okay, let's try this.
Yeah, good.
That's better.
Okay, we're not purchasing under the emergency resolutions. Also, we've been working with Rudy so that the first payment doesn't fall until our fiscal 2022.
Okay, so what will that payment be?
I believe it's $1.2 million on the 10 million.
1.2 million on the 10 million?
Yes, ma'am.
And where will that come from?
That will come from the local operating budget.
So from our general fund. And
Yes, ma'am.
so we have an issue of finances and revenue right now. 2021 and 2022 are going to be significant years for us. Our property value study is going to come out. It appears that at that point the state will reduce our funding. How are we going to, not to mention the local, 450 people were furloughed from the city this morning. They don't have jobs. I'm sure at least some of them live in our district. Our city is in terrible financial shape from everything that we can hear. Our county is also in very bad financial shape. And so that's going to hurt their employees also, which I'm sure some of our people are working for these different entities. And I'm concerned with the sales tax down. Our property taxes are going to be down. Our property values are going to be down. Oil is beyond down. It is in the negative, and that's how public schools are funded. How all of this is going to happen in the biennial, which is when we're going to feel it the most. How are we going to come up with $1.2 million to make that payment in the next year's payment and keep on providing the same quality, equitable education to our students that we are currently?
Mr. Rudy Mejia wants to say something.
Please, yeah, good.
Well, for
Yeah,
the
you're
record,
online?
I'm online. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes.
we can hear you.
Rudy, we can.
Excellent. For the record, my name is Rudy Mejia, financial advisor with Estrada Hinojosa. Ms. Searles, Ms. Brigham, I think you bring up some really valid points. I too am concerned about how the economy is going to fare. I'm concerned about job loss numbers. I'm concerned about wages going down. You know, these stimulus packages are only doing so much to keep us afloat. And so if we look at our demographics of Canutillo and the main taxpayers within the district, you're looking at medical, electric companies, and retail. All three of those sectors are going to be impacted by this coronavirus, right? So that's definitely on our minds when we're coming up with this financing solution. Now, our main goal as your financial advisor is to preserve capital during the times of uncertainty. Right now, we're definitely in one of those times. And so if the district is choosing to purchase iPads or laptops for the students, the last thing to do would be to
dig into the fund balance and pull $5 million out of your fund balance to pay for these laptops. And so what we're proposing here is a financing mechanism to help lessen that burden on the M&O side and kind of, you know, to use a well beat up phrase, kick the can down the road a little bit. And by doing so, we're not having to impact the M&O side as much. Now, the ultimate goal, okay, is not to leave these maintenance tax notes on the M&O side. The last thing that we want to do is take away money that should be going to teachers, take away money that should be going to the kids. And so the intent with this maintenance tax note is to get the financing that you need right now. And then after you have your ADM facility study and the district decides to host a bond election, part of that bond election package would need to be the maintenance tax notes moving from the maintenance side over to the INS side, so that we relieve that $1.2 million pressure and instead use the INS tax to pay that maintenance tax note. Now, over the years, we've been able to develop some cushion in our maintenance tax, in our INS fund. Right now, we're generating approximately $1 million in excess revenue compared to our bond payment. And so the intent was to fill that gap with the maintenance tax note after the bond election passes next year, or whenever the district decides to host that.
Jeez. God.
So let
Without
me ask
raising the
you,
tax rate.
yes,
Excuse me, say that one more time.
Without raising the tax rate.
That's right. There will be no tax rate increase on the INS side. And then depending on what you all include in the bond program, that will determine what the future tax rate will be. But moving the INS, moving the maintenance tax notes over has no impact on your tax rate.
All right, Ms. Searles, any other comments?
so yes, I do have another question. So, Board, I'm thinking to myself, it appears from what I'm hearing that it looks like we're going to hold another bond election. Due to the fact that this money is not voter approved,
There you go.
I would be very comfortable saying yes to $5 million, which looks like emergency-related equity-based purchasing. Without our public is not saying yes to $5 million. They're not saying yes to $5. We're doing something over and above their heads. I don't know. I've seen the lines at these food banks. People can't afford to buy food right now. I don't know how they'll pay their taxes next year. But I understand the issue of the computers.
I do too.
I would feel comfortable as a board, us buying the computers for the $5 million or $5.2 million, whatever we need for room there, and getting our kids taken care of, because truly that's what Mr. Coronado said is true. I mean, we've been entrusted with the greatest resources of all, our children. That's our future. But we can't put the financial future of our constituents at risk with other items. And so I would feel comfortable doing the $5 million and put the other $5 million for these other capital improvements onto the bond issue at the appropriate time, which could be November. We could call for a bond election in November. That would be, we've got plenty of time if I'm not mistaken. And we could do that at that point. Does anybody have any feelings on possibly splitting those and doing it like that?
I would love it like that.
Well, okay, let me recognize somebody before everybody jumps in.
Thank you.
Right, is that your comment, Ms. Searles?
Yes, though I'd please like to be open to, others. It's my thought, I guess. Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. The other issue I have for administration is.
I do have a question, Board President.
Can you hold on, Ms. Trout? And I'll get to you in a second. The issue I have for administration, or question rather, is up top of the 5 million, what else do you need so that our kids can have proper access with those computers, administration? What's the approximate amount?
Well, right now, it depends. It depends on the facility master plan and the consultant on what we're exactly going to need in order to make sure all our kids have access. So it depends. I know from April 8th, the parameters, we asked Mr. Mejia and Mr. Braden, what are their parameters? So it was 5 to 10 million. So that's.
All right, and I have a question for Rudy. Rudy, if the board authorizes the up to 10 million in the maintenance tax notes, can we take those in increments in terms of initially doing 5 million for the computers, and then after that sell some other maintenance tax notes in another amount for the internet access for the children for those computers?
You could. It would be my recommendation, though, that we only use one maintenance tax note, because maintenance tax notes are not a ongoing financing mechanism that a district has at its disposal. This is a one-time deal, kind of like a Band-Aid. And so I would prefer if we just chose to do one, but I understand the need if we have to do two. It is possible.
Okay, but is that gonna look, that can be like a negative outlook on the district when it comes down to the rating agencies?
It could look that way to rating agencies, especially if we do these financings back to back or within a 6-month window.
Right.
Then it kind of looks like we weren't prepared and we didn't plan properly.
Okay.
So that's why.
Okay, the next question is, if we authorize the 10 million, up to 10 million in tax notes, we don't have to go out for the full amount.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
The next question is, if we do go out for the full amount, anticipating that most of it's going to be used with the computers and the access that our students need, and if we don't use it all, are we able to pay down with whatever's left of money from the maintenance tax notes?
I believe that you are, Paul Braden. I don't see any issue with using bond funds to pay bonds down.
Paul on the line?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, Paul.
So when at the time you issue your maintenance tax notes, you should reasonably expect to use the proceeds for the project, in this case, the equipment. If you have money left over, you can use that to pay the notes, but there are limitations because those notes, unless we structure them with an early call, can't be called. So if you have a lot of money left over, you won't be able to pay down the principal. You'll just be able to put it in your INS fund to pay down interest. You would not want to issue $10 million worth of notes if you think you're going to spend $5 million worth of equipment. Obviously, you couldn't really do that, but you could, if there's some money left over because the prices come in better than you thought, you could use some of that money to pay the INS payment. I mean, on the M&O debt.
All right, and okay, and the next question is, what is the longest term we can go on the maintenance tax notes if we only do the 5 million for the computers?
That would have to come from the district. So if you think that the iPads and the laptops will last or have a useful life of, let's say, 7 years, then we can finance it over 7 years.
Okay.
All right.
Right.
What about if we include the internet access along with the computer?
So the way and Paul, correct me if I'm wrong, but the way the IRS or the tax code is written, what we can use is the average of the average life of each project within the maintenance tax note. So if you have laptops that last 5 years and you have Wi-Fi stations that last 10 years and your average is 7.5 years, you could use that 7.5 average. So by adding assets to the project that have a longer useful life, we can extend the debt payments out a little further.
Okay. Is that right, Paul?
Yeah, that's generally correct. I mean, I think it's a weighted average. So, you know, more expensive items that have a longer life will give you a little longer term.
Yeah.
And it's 120%. And it's a safe harbor. So as a government entity, you might have a little more flexibility, but as Rudy alluded to, you don't want to finance a computer that has a useful life of 5 years for a very long period of time because it doesn't make any sense.
Okay, and so the other item that administration wants to do is the LED lighting. How would that compute into terms of the, I guess the amount of time or years that we can go if we do that? Include the lighting.
Well,
LED
and I think
lighting.
Rudy also, first of all, we'd have to know from the district how long we think the useful life of that is. If it has a longer useful life, then you would be able to do, as Rudy alluded to, you'd structure, if you did one maintenance tax note for both projects, that would in essence extend the ability or the term in that maintenance tax note because you have certain projects that have a longer useful life.
Okay. Now, question for administration, Ms. Pekarsky. Under those guidelines, if we, my understanding is if we only go for the computers, we're going to be limited to about 6 years in terms of the payment of this 5 million. Is that correct? Hello? Ms.
I'm
Pekarsky?
sorry, I think they switched me over to panelist and I blacked out for a minute.
Okay.
But
Well,
I have
your
talked to
computer
Dr.
blacked
Rico
out. You
about the
didn't.
lifetime of the Apple devices.
Yes,
And I believe he told me that between 5 and 8 years.
for the Apple devices.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What about our internet access that we want to do along with that?
That would be for the broadband, for the routers, the bandwidth, all of that. And
What's the year's length of those assets?
I'd have to look into that. I don't know offhand.
Would it be more than the computers?
No.
Yes, sir.
I don't think, Mr. Chair.
All right, I'll get to you in a second, Ms. Brigham. Ms.
Thank you, sir.
Do you know?
I don't know the life of the equipment.
Okay. And then certainly if we include the LED lighting, that would increase it because that would be longer than.
But Mr. Coronado, did we not just have the recommendation that these weren't going to be long-lived maintenance tax notes, that we'd hold a bond election shortly and they'd be put into the bond election, moved over to the INS side and taken off of our M&O funding?
I understand
So
that.
the length.
Ms. Earls, can you hold on just a second?
Sure.
The reason I'm asking that is because the longer the longevity, the lesser our payment can be until we hold that bond election.
Good point.
Oh, I get it.
Okay.
I get it.
Good point.
Okay.
I get it. Okay.
All right, that's exactly why I'm asking these questions and the other thing that I'm gonna ask Ms. Pekarsky, if we can find out, obviously the LED lighting would be a longer term than either the internet access or the computers, correct?
Right. Do we still have Bruno? Can
Bruno?
we unmute him?
Board President, real quick, we have several questions from the community. Whenever you all are ready to field them, let me know.
Okay, right after we take Bruno on this issue, then we'll get the questions from the community.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Bruno?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Bruno, can you give us an idea of the longevity in terms of the life of the asset if we do LED lighting in the district?
It would be over 20 years.
Okay. So that will allow us to actually bring the payment down if we could structure that on a weighted average on these bonds to approximately about the same payment as if we bought the laptops by themselves only, right? Without even having access to our internet for their students. So the other issue is, I believe, Ms. Pekarsky, do we have something coming up to the board as far as information that we may have a surplus of about $900,000 from our health insurance?
Remember, I had a question, Board President, please.
I will in just a second, Ms. Stroud. Ms. Pekarsky?
I don't believe the health insurance fund is on the agenda, but yes, that was in the board presentation for the budget.
Right. So we have approximately what, $900,000?
Yes, and what we have proposed, what administration has proposed is to use a premium holiday rather than reducing the amount of premium that the district is paying for each employee and then having to maybe raise it later. We wanted to suggest a premium holiday and use that as part of our revenues for next year.
Okay. And the reason, can you tell us what the reason was that we had this $900,000 surplus?
Because our claims expense has been less than what we are, has been less than what the general fund.
Can you state that again? Because you were going in and out, please.
Sorry, I apologize. The general fund is paying in 620 some odd dollars for each employee. And that amount is more than what we're expending. So we have a surplus in that fund.
Okay. Over how many years?
That was just in the last year.
Okay, so we saved 900,000 over the last year from the premium that we allotted per employee?
Actually, it was from, I'm going to say it was from a couple of years.
Okay, because that wouldn't.
This year, if I look at the financials, we're running 400,000 to the positive.
Okay, all right.
But basically, our goal was to build up the fund balance, and we've done that, and now we have an excess.
Okay.
What is our fund balance, Ms. Pekarsky?
At year end, it was 3.1 million.
And what is required for 3 months of operation under our policy?
This is for the healthcare fund, and it goes under different rules.
Oh, not the
So in
healthcare
talking
fund,
with Randy
just our
McGraw,
general.
you're asking me what is our general fund balance?
Yeah, not the healthcare.
15 million
And what do we need to comply with policy?
is unassigned. 17.
So we really aren't where
17 million is the total. We are very close. We are within $500,000.
Okay, so we've just about reached that goal of what our policy is that we need to have in the fund balance.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
All right, but this 900,000 is not the fund balance we're talking about. This 900,000 is the fund balance for
Health
the
fund.
Healthcare.
All right. Okay, so now I will ask some, Ms. Trout, you wanted to chime in on something.
Yes, I would like to have my input in this. We're talking about $5 million for 6,400 computers. My question, in order to reduce this, instead of $5 million, maybe to go for another brand like a Microsoft that will be more affordable in order to supply all the needs for students, 6,400. So will be $1,920,000, or maybe the district could have a better deal.
That's a good idea.
All right, Ms. Searles, I will ask you in a minute.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Ms. Trout, are you?
Yes, because definitely what my idea is, or in order to have, we have already in campus 4,936 desktops. We have 205 MacBooks. We have 939 iPads, and we have 1,621 Chromebooks. So the total will be 7,701. My question, if we would like to uniform all the students with the same brand, we could go to the Microsoft, and this one is, you know, they really provide the most certifications programs that we need, which is a Microsoft Word, could be Microsoft PowerPoint and Excel. That's what do we really need for business and marketing. And if we go to another brand, we'll be more affordable, so we don't put in debt too much to our community, into our district. In order for the 4,136, if they need to remain on campuses, well, if the kits they needed, that's okay. Or if not, if you think this inventory is not good enough, well, sell them and use that money to improve what we need to improve. But my point of view will be go to another brand instead of Apple, because I'm pretty sure that 5 years more, we need to go again and review what computers we're going to need for the kids. And then what's going to happen with this Apple, which is 8 or 10 years life, that's good. But we really need to go 5 years again through this. So that's why I said, my opinion, Microsoft is a very good brand. The kids that can really work with that, and it only goes to $1,120,000 for 6,400 computers, or even less.
Mr. Chair, we're on two different items. I think.
Okay, hold on just a second, Mr. Rodriguez.
I agree.
Okay, now, who else wanted to make a comment about the
Mr.
tax
Chair?
notes? About the tax notes, Ms. Brigham.
Thank you, sir. Yes, I agree with Mr. Rodriguez. As far as the two items, as far as the item we're talking about, which is the tax notes, the tax maintenance notes, whatever platform, because I also agree with Ms. Trout, whatever platform we get, we're talking about funding them with tax maintenance notes. So we're talking about $5 million versus 10 million. And of course, unless we add the LED lights, which is fine. But to have a blank check for $10 million when we have no quotes is just, and then also add the point that we're not even using the purchasing guidelines. I think we're putting this.
All right, that's incorrect, Ms. Brigham.
I'm sorry, sir. What do you mean?
We are using the purchasing guidelines.
Oh, yes, for this one that's current. You're right, sir. No, you're right. But talking about the tax maintenance notes that you did a good job, Mr. Coronado, explaining, how to pay it back and all that stuff. I think 10 million is a lot of money to bring on to the taxpayers at this time. I think we absolutely need to look at a minimum of 5 million. And whatever they think the LED is going to be, I have no problem even with that. But to do a blank check for 10 million, I just have an issue with. I have no problem with getting computers. I have no problem getting LED. And the infrastructure that's needed, we're going to have to talk about that totally different as far as developing an IT plan for connectivity. All you're buying right now is computers. So I think Mr. Chair is looking at the tax maintenance, absolutely approving a portion of the tax, but I am not in favor of the whole 10 million. I don't know how to present that, sir.
All right, thank you, Ms. Brigham. Ms. Searles.
Can we hear the comments from the community?
Sure.
You're on mute, Sonia.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Sir, we have 5 comments. Do you want me to read them individually all at once? Because some of them kind of overlap.
No, go ahead and read them all at once, please.
Okay. So great to see familiar faces. I wanted to ask you more about how you're planning to maintain a one-to-one program. The device is just a start. What is your plan, if any? Number 2, good morning to all. I'm glad to see that CISD is going to one-to-one computers. However, when do we plan to provide access to all students so they can participate? Number 3, how can teachers legally provide grading to students without any work being turned in? Can we obtain grants to fund these charges through technology? Number 4, are we considering pre-K to high school in order to maintain one-to-one? In my experience, middle school and high school students may be the only students to have one-to-one. Correct me if I am wrong. And finally, if we are looking to allow the computers for all levels, then my suggestion is to add iPads for the elementary schools to use in classrooms.
All right.
I was next.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coronado.
All right, thank you, Ms. Searles. Mr. Rodriguez.
Just real quick, in regards to some of those questions, I think if we could get them answered to the community first before I start. So I don't know if you could have Dr. Galaviz, or who would lead those questions to be answered to the community first.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Dr. Rico. We both will. First of all, I guess I really want to stick on the maintenance tax notes because the parameters were 5 to 10. You guys are getting stuck on 10. And I also want to remind you of your 3-minute protocol because again, you're going over and over and over, and it seems like you're trying to influence rather than just you vote and you say your piece and you vote. But if you look at the maintenance, the computers, they're about 4.8 to 5.1.
Mhm.
The LED lighting is about 1.5.
Oh, thank you.
Somebody text me, a computer person, roughly 1.5 to get connectivity, because that's a good question. You can have the device, but if I don't know how to connect, if I can't connect, what good is it?
Mhm.
So you kind of have to have them both. So, I mean, again, 5 and 10 were just parameters. If you want to go less, if you do 5, then if you want, to Ms. Searle's point, I think you also, if you want to look at adding LED and the rest to the bond, that's okay also. But I think the connectivity, as soon as the device, I'd like to get the connectivity. I tasked the facility master people that we're already talking to computer people, computer consultants that are outside the district in order to give us some guidance. We are looking at iPads for pre-K through 2, but given that the state is going into testing, we just have to upgrade our devices. And if Dr. Rico was on there, he was talking to a lot of our elementary early childhood programs are Apple. And so go ahead, Dr. Rico.
Yes, sir. So, and that does bleed into the questions from the community. Good morning, Mr. President. Good morning.
Morning, Dr. Rico.
Board members. It's a pleasure to be addressing you this morning. And yes, so the community was asking about, is this only a secondary approach? No, we do believe that equity starts all the way from pre-K, all the way through when they graduate from our high schools. So it is a pre-K through 12 initiative, as Dr. Galaviz alluded to after checking in with every elementary principal and conversing about the issue. iOS devices are used a lot for all of the early childhood programs. A lot of them are app-based and are used through Apple iPads. So that does answer the community question in regards to if they would be only be used for secondary. The connectivity, I think, was answered thoroughly. Dr. Galaviz did explain it's not that we're just going to plan on giving computers to our students. Otherwise, I mean, they would become very expensive paperweights and not something done with the best fiscal intent. So yes, there is a very solid professional development component for our teachers and also a very solid development for our IT department so that we all work in synergy to be sure to provide not just the device, the service necessary, the training to students, community, central office departments, and also with the upgrading of the infrastructure, we would make sure that connectivity is also not a concern.
All right.
Now can I?
Mr. Rodriguez, one last.
No, thank you. I don't want to, breathe too much into the subject area of this, but I think one is administration's recommendation is anywhere from 5 to 10. It's not saying, it's not going to be 10. We're hoping it might be giving the numbers that have been given. If you're looking at 1.5 for LED, 5.5, let's say for computers, that's 6, 7, and maybe $1 million or something for whatever network they're going to look at, whether it's towers, district wide or whatever. That's what the district is going to come up with in conjunction with ADM and with, I guess, Dr. Rico. And I believe the answers that we've gotten from staff already are sufficient in regards to the input from campus administrators. And I think what we need to do, as we know, many of us as board members, we're not supposed to tell them how to do it. We're just pretty much asking what's a recommendation and let's move forward. I'm a different computer type of user, but I'm not using that to influence my personal biases on what the district is actually pushing forward or in regards to the research they've done and the input they've gotten from their administrators. So I think in regards to the current item, the tax maintenance notes is looking at anywhere from 5 to 10. Hopefully it comes in lower once those hard numbers come in. And that would be for the computers, the infrastructure of access and Wi-Fi capabilities, and then LED. I'm sure it's going to come in that less than 10. The other good thing is we're hoping that there might be funding in the near future from the federal government for some of this. I know that the congressional side has been, and the president has been looking at infrastructure. So there is possibility where we could hopefully demolish this debt in regards to some of that funding. But the goal is to act now, so that way our students, like some of those questions from those parents, is they have that access within as soon as possible, and then we could continue to grow this one-to-one as well as access. So I think moving forward, the parameters from 5 to 10 million, and that's been the motion in the second. So.
I have a question of Mr. Mejia, Mr. Chairman.
All right, real quick, Ms. Searles.
So, Rudy, you gave us making the first payment in 2022. Will we be paying the interest between now and 2022, and what will that amount to as a whole?
Good question, Ms. Searles. So right now, I'm kind of running some analysis using a lot of assumptions.
Understand.
And right now, the analysis is showing that our first principal payment wouldn't be until August 15th, 2021. So that puts us in the 2022 fiscal year.
Yes.
So to answer your question, that first interest payment would come February 15th, 2021, and it would be roughly $150,000.
So really, if we began paying on it instead of not paying on it, it might behoove us.
Yes. Now, depending on when, I'm assuming that the district wants these iPads in the kids' hands by the start of the new school year. I'm just making that assumption. So I don't anticipate us selling these bonds until maybe July, maybe end of June, early July. So that would put us in fiscal year 2021 already.
Correct. Okay. And what interest rate do you see us locking in at possibly? What?
You know, right now I'm running my analysis at worst case scenario, and I'm using a 4% interest rate.
Right.
The market's so volatile right now that I cannot give you a hard number, but I'm using 4% in my analysis.
Rudy, in your very excellent opinion, how is the property tax value study and the oil issue going to affect our ability to pay this back?
You know, I think that the oil issue for the state as a whole is going to have an impact. Now, we're also going into a legislative year, and there's no telling what's going to come out of that. So we're kind of going into this with a little bit of a blindfold on, but because you all are in El Paso, you have a diverse economic base, retail, medical, electric. I think it's going to hit Texas a little less in the local jurisdictions, but as a state, I think there is going to be some impact on the state budgets. And just to give you a little bit of good feelings, Moody's, S&P, and Kroll, which are rating agencies of the state, reaffirmed the AAA rating of the state.
Great.
Just yesterday. So
thank you. That's helpful.
Yes.
We have several more comments from the community, Mr. Coronado, whenever you're ready.
All right, let's go ahead and take those comments from the community right now, and then we will I have, well, one other question for Mr. Mejia. Go ahead, Sonia.
To my experience with iPads, they are more durable and reliable. Also, they are more suitable for elementary students. If the district decides to purchase iPad devices, will Apple support all our current textbook adoptions at all grade levels? LED lights at this moment is absolutely ridiculous. Second, focus on what matters at this time. We don't need LED lights right now. And then I guess they're going on to another thought. Good for any working or good price computer. Thank you for all your work, and please stop trying to influence other board members. The third, can we have access to the plan? Good to see you, Dr. Rico. That's it, sir.
All right, thank you. I have a question for Rudy. Rudy, if the board authorizes up to 10 million, obviously, once we get the hard numbers from administration, if we can get those a lot quicker, we can obviously limit that when we sell the bonds, right? The notes.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. From what I'm hearing from administration is that we're looking at about 8 million. Is that a pretty good guess, Dr. Galaviz and Bruno?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. And so,
Another comment from the board whenever you're ready.
all right, go ahead. Give us the comment, Ms. Sonia.
Good morning. I believe we need device upgrades at all levels and definitely upgrades to the internet connectivity and access. It just cannot be a Band-Aid. We need to be proactive and be ready. We need records. How much are LED lights going to save? Who is the contractor for such? And full details of the invoice. Is there any affiliations with the contractor and any board members? Thank you.
Right. Okay, the issue of, obviously the priority for the board and the district and for our students is the laptops, computers and the connectivity, and that's going to amount to about $6.5 million. The LED lighting we had been looking at for a couple years already. The only thing that the LED lighting would allow to do is to extend so that we can amortize the payment over a longer period. Is that correct, Rudy? And Paul?
That's correct, Mr. Coronado.
So including $1.5 million approximately LED lighting. Bruno, is that going to give a savings to the district on the M&O side in terms of the electricity cost by adding LED lighting to the entire district?
Yes, that is one of the benefits of retrofitting to LED lighting.
Do we have an approximate figure of what it would save the district in terms of electrical on a yearly basis or not?
No, in fact, one of the requirements of policy is to have an independent lighting electrical engineer review and evaluate the proposals. And so that is part of the process so that it's verified independently by an engineer.
All right. All right. Thank you, Bruno, and thank you, Rudy and Paul. The question I have now is for Ms. Pekarsky and administration. What were we allotting in this year's budget for computers for the students on a yearly basis for this coming year? What was the allotment for that?
You mean for the 2021 budget, the next year?
For this year, that's beginning in July.
As beginning in July, that budget is still being processed. We had upgraded the student labs and teacher devices this year. So we did spend some money this year, but for next year, the basic allotment that they get from technology is 100,000.
Okay. So, and that was for purchases of computers and
of new devices.
Okay, so that money could
Yes,
be
sir.
used to save up towards the payment on these purchases of the computers, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
How much was that?
About $100,000, Lori.
Okay.
And then for next year, the allotment would be approximately the same. Is that correct for the 2021-2022 school year?
Well, we haven't gotten to that school year yet, but that would be the question. With this, with the everyone having new devices, then we shouldn't have to pay anything for new devices in that year.
Exactly, but what my point is that we would have allotted, if we don't do this, we would have allotted $100,000 each year like we have in the past. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Ms.
Ms.
Searles.
Trout brought up a question that hasn't been answered. What do we do? In this past month, we spent $85,000 on Dell computers. What do we do with, we've had this technology program that we have had in place, our technology strategic plan. It'll be up in 2021. So it's just about finished, but we just spent $84,000 on computers last month. What do we do with all the ones we have if everybody's getting new ones?
Administration, you want to answer that question?
Yes, Mr.
Yes, I've been talking with Dr. Rico about bringing in the devices and then reallocating them to administration, to the teaching staff, the campus administrations, as opposed to having them available for the kids. However, as I understand it, the labs will still be in use. So they will still use those computers. Dr. Rico, did you want to add to that?
Yes, thank you. And part of the reason why labs need to be operational, board, is, students are still going to need to carry on projects that require physical printing. Obviously, we will have a better carbon footprint with having a one-to-one initiative, which means, our printing costs would diminish because kids are now getting their assignments virtually and then very possibly also train them in virtually. However, not everything can be paperless. So there's still going to be projects that kids require to go into a computer lab to physically print. We are not proposing a solution where every student can send, free type of printing to a printer and pick up their paper to not create an excessive cost in that means. So we do still need those labs. We also still need them for our CTE classes. Our teachers are still going to utilize them in their instructional approach. Utilizing a laptop in a CTE type of environment when it comes to that particular methodology might present a difficulty. So it would require our teachers phasing from one to the other. And that's how we will utilize the life of the device. Also, the investment would be extended because the wear and tear on those labs will be lessened. We also do a lot of parent outreach activities in our computer labs at the campuses. So we would have more of an opportunity. Currently, it's pretty tight when it comes to scheduling time for our teachers to use the limited amount of computer labs. Having a one-to-one initiative allows us to reduce the wear and tear and also make it more available for parent workshops and whatever else we use them for in the district.
All right, thank you, Dr. Rico. Mary, did you have a question?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
All right. Anybody else?
There's comments from the community board president whenever you're ready.
Okay, go ahead and give us the comments.
If CISD buys Apple computers, Ms. Trout's concerns about MSO certifications can be obtained from any device. However, some companies are web-based and some may need an extension uploaded from IT for MOS, capital letters. Second one is the IT department has the apps for these certifications to be accessible in any device from any company, Apple or Microsoft. Also with Apple, Apple Care, and Apple updates to keep all viruses out. That's it, sir.
All right, thank you, community, for those comments. And the other thing I have to say is that our administration and our principals have been consulted about this, and they've gone through their assessment of it, and everybody seems to be in favor in terms of our principals and all the other administration and staff in favor of this choice. So
we're discussing
next,
two items. Chair? Can we discuss the issues?
Miss Brigham.
Mr. Chair, I called
Could you just I think Mr. Rodriguez was going to say the same thing as I did. Could you please tell me, could you repeat the motion that was there?
The motion, and it's been moved and seconded, that in fact, we give administration the authority to issue maintenance tax notes for the district to issue maintenance tax notes. My understanding is up to $10 million for the purchases of the laptops, the connectivity, and also for the LED lighting.
So that's right now, all we're talking about right now is for the tax notes, not anything
correct.
else except for purchasing those items. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What
Okay.
items do you
Thank
mean, Miss Brigham?
That's,
Pardon?
Mr. Chair.
What items do you think you mean?
Ms. Earls, do you have a question that those items?
But I don't understand what she said.
She said it's the maintenance tax notes for those 3 items, the computers, for the connectivity, and for the LED lighting.
Okay.
That's what she was asking about.
Yeah, but Mr. Chair, we're just talking, I'm really just making sure we're only looking at allowing administration to purchase equipment, and we haven't talked about necessarily, believe it or not, this specific equipment. I'm looking to move to approve for the maintenance of the tax notes right now and not the other items.
Yeah, the purchases, Mr. Chair, if I might, the purchases still have to come back to the board, especially if it's over the 100,000. So right now, and the only thing that we're going to decide on the next item is the purchase of the computers. This is just to give administration that threshold of 5 to 10, and then those purchases still have to come back for the board for approval.
That's correct.
And we still have to vote on the package presented to administration on item number 4,
Which
correct?
that's where a lot of the discussion has been happening, and that's what I'm
Thank
asking.
you.
Let's move forward.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
And then we could discuss the product on the next.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay,
Other
guys,
community comment, Board President, whenever you're ready.
go ahead.
We are a Google district. We have Google Classroom that will cut down on the printing. This works from all products.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that comment. At this point in time, having completed the discussion and questions regarding this item, Sonia, please poll the board.
Yes, sir. Ms. Brigham.
Vote number, I'm sorry, can you give me the item number again? I'm sorry.
Yes, number 2.
The issuance of maintenance number, yes.
Yes, B2. Mr. Coronado.
Yes.
Mr. Payan.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mrs. Trout.
No.
Mrs. Searles.
Yes.
And Mrs. Iglesias.
Yes.
Motion passes. Item 3, discussion and possible action regarding the approval of a resolution declaring the district's expectation to reimburse expenditures with proceeds of future debt.
All right. Administration has provided us the resolution that hopefully we are able to seek reimbursement if available from either the federal or the state government for some of these expenditures that were unforeseen in light of the COVID-19 pandemic. Do we have any comments from administration or the board?
Mr.
Yes, sir.
Coronado?
Ms. Searles.
This is actually a mechanism for the general fund, which will have to fund the money for any purchases that come out of this maintenance tax note. And then once the maintenance tax note is issued, the maintenance tax note will reimburse the general fund for its expenditures.
I can't hear her. Understand her, please?
Okay,
I'm sorry, can anyone else understand?
This
No,
resolution,
you in and out.
Ms. Searles?
Yes, I hear you.
Okay, all right. I was incorrect. The resolution here is for us to reimburse back to the general fund after the maintenance notes have been sold. Is that correct, Ms. Pekarsky?
Yeah.
Correct?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Additionally, we are also going to seek reimbursement for some of these expenditures from the state and federal governments, right?
Yes, sir.
Administration? Okay.
And this will be from FEMA?
Well, it'll be from whatever source
Working
we
with
can
E-rate,
apply
we're
for,
working-
including FEMA.
Okay.
And we discussed that last time because reimbursement for the labor and that we spent for the, during the emergency, we've already discussed that at the last meeting, and we'll have another discussion on that ongoing temporary resolution that the board adopted last meeting, and that we're only able to seek reimbursement as long as we continued the following and have our policy in place with respect to the labor expenditures. But this would be for the laptops to reimburse the general fund. Is that correct, Ms. Perkarski?
It has the $10 million figure.
Yeah.
in there.
Okay. Any
Because
questions?
in order to do the time,
I still can't hear her.
Yes, you're going in and out, Ms. Perkarski.
I'm sorry, I'm as close to my computer as I can get. The general fund will front the money for those purchases, and then this resolution allows us to reimburse ourselves from the maintenance tax notes. And then I'm not sure if it's on today's agenda. Eventually, the maintenance tax notes will be reimbursed by the bond issue whenever that may happen.
Okay. All right, any other questions from the board?
I have one question,
Ms. Earls?
and I'm sorry if this goes back to the previous agenda item. I don't mean for it to, but we haven't really approved $10 million. We just gave parameters up to $10 million, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
All right, any further questions or comments? All right, hearing none. Sonia, please pull the board.
Wait, there hasn't been a motion.
There hasn't been, a-
Oh, I thought there was a motion.
I'll
Apologize.
make a motion to approve administration's recommendation.
I second the motion.
All right, we have a motion and a second on this agenda item. Any further comments? If not, Sonia, please pull the board.
yes, Ms. Brigham,
Yes.
Mr. Coronado,
Yes?
Mr. Payan,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes, sorry, I was on mute.
Ms. Trout,
No.
Ms. Searles,
Yes.
and Mrs. Iglesias.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Right,
Item
next.
4,
Go ahead, Sonia.
discussion of possible action to approve purchase from Apple Inc. in the amount of $5,131,69.73, utilizing Texas DIR contract DIR TSO 3789.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion to approve administration's recommendation.
All right.
Have a questions before that second?
Yes, I'll get to some questions right now. And I'm thinking that that number might be changing, Dr. Galavis and Dr. Rico.
It did, Mr. Coronado. The number now extended after all discounts is $4,804,806.60.
Okay, to reflect administration's adjustments.
All right, so the correct amount now for the purchase of these laptops would be $4,804,806.60.
That is correct.
All right, thank you, Dr. Rico. And Mr. Rodriguez, you will ask for an amendment to your motion?
Yes.
All right,
A second.
there's a motion and a second to amend the motion previously made by Mr. Rodriguez. We will now vote on the amendment to that motion.
Mr. Coronado,
Conversation, please.
We will get to discussion on the actual item. Right now, we're just
Okay.
amending a motion for the exact amount.
Thank you very much.
Okay, this is calling the question only to amend the motion, not to approve it. The most.
Thank you, sir.
Amending the motion for the correct amount. All right. Pull the board, Sonia.
Ms. Brigham,
Yes to amending, yes.
Mr. Coronado,
Yes.
Mr. Payan,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez,
yes.
Mrs. Trout,
No.
Mrs. Searles,
Yes.
and Mrs. Iglesias.
Yes.
All right, so now we have the amended motion before us to approve the purchase from Apple of the computers in the amount of $4,804,806.60. All right, now I'll take comments from the board and I'll start with Ms. Brigham.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that clarification on the previous motion, Mr. Chair. I needed it.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yes, going back to what Dr. Galavis said, that we were belaboring the board was belaboring and influencing as far as the previous item on the tax notes. I disagree, but I think it's almost the opposite of what they gave us in the item number 4. If you only give one option to everybody at the table, and of course, everybody at the table is going to go with that one option, because I agree that we need to have, I applaud the one-to-one effort. And I think it's going to be a great marketing tool for kind of TYSD to have one-to-one, because of it's great. It's a thing but one thing the boards have done in my history on being in education is they think we have a silver bullet. And we always vote, boards always vote on silver bullets. And a lot of times administrators grab silver bullets because we want the best for kids. But when we only get one item, and only one item was presented to the committee, which of course we didn't know there was a committee until I asked for questions. And my question that I asked was who was on the committee? And I got the answer yesterday, thank you, Dr. Galavis, that they said that every principal was on the committee. So if you put in front of a campus principal, we're going to do one-on-one, and this is the product we're going to use, and that's the only thing they're given, of course, everybody's going to say that's the one we want. Apple's a good product. Bottom line, it's a good product. It's 2.5 times more than a lot of times your other things. Apple Care is an answer. It's more expensive to fix Apple computers than it is, but they break down less. So I give you that too. I do think that the administration is unduly influencing us by only giving us one. I do agree that we need computers. I do agree we need to do digital. I do agree that there's 4.8 million. I do think it's probably going to be almost that for connectivity. And as far as a good, worthwhile project, I think linking it to a strategic technology plan is imperative. I do not think the people that we hired for a facility plan should have the only answer. I do think that we need technology people. We do not even have a technology director in this district right now. We are asking educators to make technological decisions, which I think is, we all want computers, but it's not going to do any good if we cannot get all the computers to talk to one another. We also need to know that are we going to be meeting all the CTE needs? And the last thing that I'd like to say is we kept on saying about extensive training. I read every document here. I did not think it was extensive training. A half day for each program for teachers. I've been there before with rollouts, and a half day is not near enough, or a day. One thing I do approve totally is that they included the GAMF, the GAMF, which is going to help with the distribution of the computers. But bottom line is, I think this is too much money to be spent when we have people. I just think it's too much money. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Brigham. All right, now go on to Mr. Rodriguez.
What's this?
Ms. Trout had questions.
No, I just.
I'm going down the line. If you have any questions right now, go ahead and ask them.
Well, I think just in regards to one concern that I have is in regards to, well, it's not a concern. I just have issues with a board member emailing 2 other board members the questions that were CC'd and then possibly communicating with other board members. And so I would
No,
like that.
sir, that was only to the
Hold on,
board
hold on,
president.
everybody.
To the board president.
Only be recognized. Has to be recognized.
Yeah, and so as we can see within the last email that Dr. Galaviz provided with sufficient information in regards to those responses to those questions, there was more communication than just I would say the majority of the board, and so I have concern with that.
You're wrong.
All right.
I mean, it's public record, so.
All right, everybody, please. Okay, Mr. Rodriguez, you have the floor.
I think in regards to the administration did their research, they looked at what the campuses wanted. I've also, some of the discussion that I've gotten, the concern I've had within some of our families that we've only provided a laptop for one family that might have anywhere from 3 to 7 kids. And so them using them, that's been a big concern. And I just see a lot of concerns in regards to access. And our role as board members is to look at the recommendation of administration. If we have questions, then we question those recommendations and then we move forward. But I think in regards to some of the information that was provided, and I would like Dr. Rico, right?
Sure.
Which has been doing a lot of this research with Dr. Galaviz to provide some background as to why that decision is made and in regards to the email that was provided and those questions. So if you could address those one by one, that would be good.
The ones that are on the email?
The email, and then as to why you all made that recommendation and worked on that.
Most. So thank you for your great remarks from all members of the board. One of the things is that we do have a current provider that we were using on our educational plan moving forward. So we did have a vendor that was providing a laptop solution for us. So we did look at how much the same project would cost with the same parameters with that provider. The total cost is, and let me give you the exact number without any hesitation. It would be $4,751,000 with $654. Sorry. So there is a question of the fact that yes, Apple would be about $45,000 or so more expensive. There is not a buyback option with our current provider. The buyback option that Apple does provide us with is that at the end of that 5-year cycle, we are able to turn it back in for credit and receive $1 million worth of credit. So technically, because of the life of computers, as Rudy was discussing before, if in 5 years we do have to make that expense again, that expense, instead of being the $4.8 million originally spent, would be 3.8, and it would be fiscally responsible to then prepare for that as we get there. When we look at iPads, particularly for early childhood, we look at the buyback option. However, the life of that device can be extended a lot more than the 5 of the buyback. So we did look at that option. We did discuss it with campus principals, and obviously the same concerns that you brought up were brought up by administration. If Apple, and sorry, I don't know if this is the right quote, but if we were looking for the silver bullet, if that was the silver bullet, how come it was never put in the chamber, right? So we did ask campus principals as to preference, as to what programs they were running. Early childhood, again, overwhelmingly using iPads for those programs. Secondary was not. Secondary was using a lot of Chromebooks. Secondary does have the preference of Apple. And when we asked, well, why not Apple? Particularly from the high school principal, this was brought up that, well, I have to pay $899 for an Apple computer, that yes, it's going to last me 5 to 8 years, and I have to give that expense all at once, or I can pay $300 for a Chromebook and get 2 years out of it, and then spread out the payment that we're given. So then what we were able to assess, and after working with those principals as well, is that the expense was never made to buy Apple devices. We knew about their durability. We knew what we were able to get. The 2 things were brought up. First, that under previous guidelines, it was near to impossible for a campus principal to have the flexibility to purchase Apple devices, which I can attest to. I know I've had to come before you guys every year to buy the classroom set of computers for my medical academy students. So that was one barrier. And another barrier, which was the bigger one, was just the price. the price was just astronomical. At even the reduced rate of $899 per machine, it was just something that they could not do. But in regards to the questions as to how this plan was developed, we've all been dealing, all 10 campuses, our C&I department, our associate superintendent, our chief business officer, our superintendent, we've all been dealing with the fact that there's just not enough computers, right? We understand now that our plan has not worked. And we started looking at the plan and started figuring out, okay, so what is going on? We have a plethora of different platforms. So we have some HPs, we have some Dells, we have some Apples, we have Chromebooks of different brands. We have Toshibas, we have Samsungs, we have Dell Chromebooks. So right now, if you as a parent called in to try to have some type of answer as to how do I help my child, well, it would depend on what platform you're on, because it's a rather confusing set. And this is on us as principals too. I'll take it here that, you know, we usually try to purchase what's good for our kids, but at the same time, we're limited when it comes to the amount of money that we can spend. So on that first question, Mr. Rodriguez, as to what input, sadly, you know, right now, simply because we don't have the brick and mortar building where we can talk to our staff, we were able to talk to them virtually in PLCs, and we were able to converse all together as the principals and everybody from central office to figure, okay, what is the best solution? And the second question was as to how will this integrate into the district technology plan? Well, you know, everything has a life of use, right? So we're looking at that life of use of machines to be good stewards of public money, right? We're not going to just go back and say, okay, well, let's throw a bonfire with all the old computers we have. No, we still have use and we still have needs in certain areas where we're able to put these computers. I mean, take registrars, for example. The computer that my registrar was using at that campus was at least 8 years old. So to be able to refresh it with something that is 2-3 years old, if the funding approves for that, would make a big difference to our campuses and the ways they operate. So it wouldn't just be we're impacting kids with this one-to-one, we're going to impact the entire learning environment and the entire school district. Will it affect our technology plan? Yes, it will. You know, it's going to affect our technology plan, and we will have to redraft it. I mean, we're now talking about catching up equity-wise to what the one-to-one districts around us are doing. So when we look at El Paso ISD and their solution, when we look at Oro ISD and their solution, we're finally catching up to providing that for kids, right? And then to show that, hey, we're the best district in town, right? So we should treat kids the same way. They should be able to still have that same type of A-rated treatment that they give us with their outputs. We should be able to treat them the same way. So that technology plan will have to be revised, most certainly, you know, and it will have to be very specific, and it will have to delineate everything that we're doing. Part of the professional development plan, I know Ms. Brigham did bring up the point. On the professional development plan, we will get a year-long 365-day Apple representative that will work in our schools at our disposal. So whether we decide to make them half-day trainings on Mondays, whether we decide, okay, this trainer is going to be hitting every PLC on Tuesdays and Thursdays at this school, and then Mondays and Wednesdays at this other one, and then Friday we'll train our principals. However we decide to use that trainer, those trainers are us for 365 days. So that 365-day flexibility allows us to train anybody that we want. We can run family trainings on Saturdays. We can run family trainings on Sundays. Whenever it is that we decide as a district to utilize that resource, it's available to us for 365 days. Now, we don't know exactly what type of training we need, right? As a principal, as a campus principal, I don't know exactly what my teachers need. So what we would have to do is work together also with this representative to ensure that the training we are getting is impacting the classroom environment. Because the last thing we want to do is, you know, we go out there and we spend this $3.8 million, and then we come back and then you walk our schools and you ask for the computers and we say, well, they're in their backpacks, right? Because we're still doing things the same way. No, that is not the intent. We want to make sure that the end user understands this device and that our teachers know how to use it. Another reason as to the Apple, as opposed to any other device that we're looking at, is we're also looking at connectivity with kids. You know, about half of our kids have one preference of phone that allows them to be more familiar with this device than others. But kids are top notch when it comes to technology. So it doesn't matter what device we put in their hands, they're going to be better than any of us would be with years of right? So On the third question that was there, fourth question, sorry, was Apple Care is proprietary. How will our technicians be able to assist? Part of the reason why there was a revised quote is we're going to make sure that every one member of our technology department is certified to service Apple machines and to service Apple servers, right? So that is a price tag that comes from Apple every time that a technology professional takes a test is almost $200 per test to get them certified. Because we're making this mass purchase, we are getting that comp to our up to 20 members of our technology department. So they will be certified and ready to go. To have a better turnaround time in repairs, then we will be doing the repairs. So our Apple Care will cover all the parts, will cover all the exchanges. If you've ever had any issues with an Apple device and you take it to the Apple store and they say, you know what, we can't figure it out, they just give you a new device and exchange it. So that's what Apple would do. Apple would exchange and would provide parts to our district, but we will provide the labor itself so that we give it a quicker turnaround time. We won't have to be sending them in and waiting for them to come back. And then our IT department will be the ones that are able to do this. So that was on the Apple Care. On the response that I provided, I also let you guys know that, you know, part of what we want to do as well is to make our students competitive. I mean, when I know we read the district vision at the beginning, and it's part of making them competitive in this global market. It's part of getting them ready. So, you know, what better thing to do than just add on certifications that we have? I know, Ms. Trouty, we're talking about our Microsoft Office systems. Yes, and this is a cross-platform. It doesn't matter what type of computer they use. They can use a Chromebook, they can use a Dell, an HP, and Apple. That is not platform specific. However, when we start looking at certifications as to becoming Apple certified, as to becoming Cisco certified, those start coming to be platform specific. So one of the things that we're going to work with having Apple as our partner is that we exploit the situation and make sure that we get something for our kids and make sure that we get them competitive in the job market as well. The next one was about eliminating a use of technicians and going to a mail-in type of system. That cannot be the case. Part of our contract and why we're getting that $4.8 million is we're saying we want to do our own repairs. We want to train our own kids. We want to make sure that we are the ones providing that service to be sure that the computers are working and that a child does not spend more than 24 or 48 hours without a device. Right now, currently, for example, on the current market that we have with Apple, my kiddos at school did use a one-to-one Apple solution, have to turn it into the librarian, it goes to technology, technology sends it out, it comes back from Apple. We're looking at a month and a half. With this solution of having in-house techs, we're looking at an immediate response and trying to figure it out. And then if the solution is that we cannot fix this device, then it's a quick exchange with Apple. On our quote, you also see that we have, you can kind of see it as preferential treatment, right? So we have access to a particular hotline, a particular tech that puts us at the top of the line, which means because we have this mass purchase, if we have any issues with these computers, our call gets bumped up than if we were just purchasing a device here and there. The last question that was asked and answered was about regarding if this was just a knee-jerk reaction, right? No, we don't want to do that. I think the last thing we want to do is a knee-jerk reaction. Part of what we could have done, I know, Ms. Trout, we were talking about the numbers of computers that we have here. We could have said, okay, you know, we're missing 2,000, just to put a number. I'm not sure if that's the number. We're missing 2,000. Let's buy 2,000 machines, 2,000 Apple machines and put them in the hands of kids. That would have been a quick fix, right? We would have said, okay, everybody's covered, but that doesn't fix our problem moving forward. So this is kind of, if you look at it as a vision for 2025, right? We're looking as a 2025 type of solution. So for 5 years, our kids will be taken care of. For 5 years, your constituents will know this is the machine that my child is using. I'm becoming proficient in it. If I have any questions, I can go to the campus and they have this professional that is going to instruct me on how I can do this. As campuses, then we will also be able to provide solutions for our parents as to how to navigate gradebooks, as to how, once we have a standardized platform, we were looking at Google Classroom and it was in one of the comments. So on that one solution, then our parents will be able to navigate easily because they know the device, they know the one standardized system, and we'll be able to provide that for them. So no, needless to say, this not intended to be a knee-jerk solution. It's intended to be a solution for a problem that we've had for multiple years that now we're trying to catch up with.
All right, thank you. Mr. Rodriguez,
I had a question,
yeah, I'm going down the line.
Just the
Mr.
last thing,
Rodriguez, you're done?
also, can you touch up if you lose your, let's say an iPhone, or if you lose this, how are you able to track that for making sure you save the district?
That's a good question.
Right. So part of what we have with this is the management platform that Ms. Brigham was talking about. We can manage program interfaces. So we do, part of that quote is we have a server at central office that will allow us to push any type of technology component, any type of app to our machines, and will also allow us to track computers when connected to the internet. So the only way we wouldn't be able to find a device would be if they never turned it on and they never connected to the internet, which, as we see now with this current pandemic, it renders any type of device useless. I mean, nobody would ever do that. So we're able to track them via the platform that we have at central office, very similar to your Find My iPhone type of deal on your phone. We're able to track them that way through this management platform.
Thank you.
All right, I'll take Mr. Payan.
No questions.
All right, then I'm going on to Ms. Iglesias.
No questions. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Trout.
Yes, Dr. Rico, definitely what you were telling is a good product. But since the situation that we're going through now is not to harm the economy of our community. So that's why I was thinking about another choice of whatever the brand could be. Of course, a good brand where the kids, they could have a good programs as well. And we could have a good warranty. That's why my vote was no, because I was concerned about it. I was reading on page 70 that it says all Apple branded products are sold as is. And it says only limited warranty. It's something that really worries me a little bit about, because we're going to spend $4,764,000. So it's something that is concerning and got in my attention. So that's why I was thinking, okay, we're going to invest for products. I mean, I'm the first one that I really would like to uniform all the students of our community. Definitely, I'll move forward. But the only thing is I'm a little bit concerned about what this page says about this. It makes me wonder if we could go to another brand. It could be less than $5 million, could be maybe a little bit anyways. In 5 more years, we need to go again to buy more products as well, of course. And thinking about the economy that we're going right now in the crisis time. So that's why I was thinking about it. That's why my vote was no, not because I don't want this for the students, just because of the brand and the warranty, the limited warranty that it says here, that Apple branded products sold as is, and that it doesn't talk so nice and so positive about this product. That's the only word that I have, and it says limited warranty.
Okay.
Thank you. That's why my vote was not. That's the only reason.
Thank you, Ms. Trout.
Ms. Trout?
Would you like me to address that, Mr. President?
Sure, Dr. Rico.
Ms. Trout, so they do have a full Apple Care warranty. And the reason, I guess, why the terminology is like that, and we can have that clarified from the vendor, is because we are providing the repairs itself. So they're not guaranteeing the repairs that we make, and they're also not guaranteeing the components. So for example, on that quote, just so that we make sure that the kids can properly protect their devices, there are cases and bags. So those would not have a warranty from Apple, but their components would, and they would be fully warranted, and they would be fully placed under Apple Care. You would have to look at the contract specifically for Apple Care. So if you go, for example, today and purchase an Apple phone or Apple computer, it's going to have.
I'm reading. This is what you verbiage to us, and that's what it says. That's the only thing, like I said, Dr. Rico. I mean, definitely, I'm totally agree with the computers for kids, but that's why I was suggesting another brand so we don't harm too much our economy of a community in this crisis time. And what it says, okay, Apple, I know is a very good product, but with the limited warranty and they sold it as is something that really worries me. That's it, sir. Thank you.
You want to finish, Dr. Rico?
Yes, Ms. Trout. So yes, absolutely. And we are purchasing Apple Care, which is by all means of the terminology, the warranty. So we do have the warranty for that component. So it would be.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rico. All right. Who am I missing? Ms. Searles.
Thank you. So I have about 4 questions. What will be the cost of connectivity to the parents?
The cost of connectivity, you mean internet usage, Ms. Searles?
Yes, sir.
So what it is now, I mean, the parent right now is ultimately responsible for providing connectivity. However, part of what you were voting for with the tax notes includes providing a Canutillo Connects type of project, which we're going to ensure that everyone in our community has access to connectivity. If they're not paying for it in their own home, we will provide that for a student through this program.
So that there won't be the issue of, you know, the little kid comes home, he's so happy he's got this new thing, and, well, I don't know how we're going to come up with, you know, whatever to pay for it each month to be connected. That's not going to happen, correct?
No, Ms. Rose. What we're trying to do, we are working also with the parents, I mean, with the people that build Digital El Paso.
Yes,
So
sir.
just like you get Digital El Paso in downtown El Paso,
Uh-huh.
our community would have that type of system and that type of approach where we would have a Digital El Paso type of solution where Canutillo would be a smart city and we can provide this for kids.
Well, this is what I thought I had heard earlier, but will that come with the role there? I guess my worry is, Dr. Rico, that we have plenty of parents that won't have that additional funding to be able to pay for something else. There will be no additional funding needed from anyone in our any parent, any child in our district to be able to have these.
That's correct. And by the time the devices roll out, this should be a reality. So we are working with both the network, the community connectivity, and the device all as a whole.
Thank you. The next question is, when we began our technology plan the last time, when we rolled that out, we got so many computers all at once. We were swamped. And we had to hire quite an army of people to roll all those computers out. Dr. Galavis, have you considered that?
Yes, we have, and I think that's why with this plan, it's more of a turnkey, so we don't inundate our own technicians and have kids wait.
Okay, so they're going to provide the rollout. We're not going to have to hire new people, even at temporary people?
No, Ms. Rose, they already come asset tagged. All we have to do is scan them for the student and place it in their hands.
Okay. Then the next question, what if they break them?
If they break them, they will be under warranty. So, we will have our techs here in the district doing those repairs. Everything.
Suppose the car runs it over.
What was that? I'm sorry?
The car runs it over.
Oh, so if it's negligible use, then it would come to our techs. And then that's where we're going to look at campuses and having campus budgets create a contingency, because there will be breakage. I mean, over the 3 years where we ran Apple at my school, we have had, of the 90 computers that we have on a one-to-one, we have had 2 that screens were broken. So screens need to be replaced, just in similar to what our sister districts do around us. There is kind of like a parts list. We will be getting those parts at a low price, so we would be replacing them.
Okay. And then, Dr. Galavis, I guess this is to you and the board as well. This all sounds wonderful. Everything we've talked about this morning is so progressive, and we want to get these computers into our children's hands. But I see this huge lack in our technology department. We do not have an executive director. We don't even have a director. And I feel that with this kind of purchase, with this kind of huge initiative, we're going to have an executive director. I don't think it's going to be a director, and I'd like to see that come to the board.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any?
You might be looking at him.
Well,
It's- that's-
I'm only on the phone, Dr. Galavis. I can't see anybody.
You might be
Oh, I'm
missing.
sorry, yeah, I forgot. You
But I
can't see.
think that is
You might be hearing it.
imperative.
Mhm.
I think it is imperative that we upgrade our position and move forward quickly. I'd like to see even a special board meeting, Dr. Galavis, because to just have a ship and no captain is, and I'm not saying that you're not the captain, but you are not the IT captain, Dr. Galavis. We need someone to do this. And my last question, and I don't think she's on board, is Marnie Roach available? No.
Yeah, no, she's available. Ms.
She is?
Rocha.
Good.
Can you see me all?
Yeah.
I can't see anyone.
Hello.
So,
Go ahead
Ms.
with your
Rocha,
question. Yes, ma'am.
you know what's coming.
Yes, I do. I do.
You do.
First thing I want to say is I've already been working with Dr. Kearney and with the curriculum coordinators and with Martha Pye to talk about what type of curriculum and instructional support we can provide. So we already know that for all of the current programs that you'll be seeing in the May board meeting for program evaluation, how we'll support those. We also have one of the curriculum coordinators who would like to bridge that gap between IT department and curriculum, who's going to be on board with us to walk hand in hand with IT to be that liaison with curriculum and instruction. So we're very excited, and I'm bringing it to DAC tomorrow, depending on what the vote is today, to bring it up to DAC to talk about what additional PD that we think teachers will need. We don't want to go into just a substitution and augmentation. We want to go where kids are actually creating things, that kids are actually doing some type of modification or redesign. Right now with the packets, it's just very low level work. If a student is assigned a packet, they're not getting that like we're having. We could see the teachers Zoom to Zoom who can give one-to-one help. And so that's what we're working on. And again, we will have a program evaluation at the next board meeting. It'll be given by by Dr. Kearney.
And this will fall right into line. You will add this to the program and make sure we're keeping BQ legal and local at the front of all of our curriculum, right?
Yes, if you want us to do one for the Apple computers, we can do that. I can talk to Ms. Pikarski and we can run something where we can get, like we did last time, where we get surveys from teachers. How did they like the rollout with we could do that as well.
If the board please, I would love it. I think, we have policy that we need to get that. So yes, that would be great. And I also, a sideline, I hope I'm not taking the board's time, but Miss Marnie, you've done a wonderful job. Your organizational announcement from April 1st was fabulous. I thank you for all you've done through all of this and coordinating all you've done.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I want to serve the kids. Like
it was very clear. I thank you. So, Mr. Chair, those were all of my questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Earls.
And I would like to cry right now that we're going to spend $5 million. That's a lot of money.
Well, a lot of money, but
we're going to look at it as an investment, right?
It's a clear investment. It's actually going to end up probably costing us less per year than some of the alternatives we've had, and have the warranty with the Apple Care. So I really think, and now we have the same platform for everybody. The excuses of access and connectivity, a lot of those are going to go away. So
that's a good point. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Payan?
And Ms. Earls, nothing against what you just commented about crying about spending $4 or $5 million. But it's sad when 2 years, 4 years, 10 years down the road, some of these kids don't have the skills because we didn't
know.
want to invest them.
Oh,
That
I
would-
want to do it. It's just scary. It's
That's-
like taking that nesty plunge.
that would, I see some of these kids out there struggling
Oh, I
because
know.
years ago, we didn't invest in them.
Yep.
I'm one of those kids, Mr. Payan.
And
That's
believe me,
why I'm on the phone and not on the Zoom. Okay, I get it.
okay, but to that point, it's sad when you see some of these kids still being challenged because years ago, nobody thought about investing in this type of technology. And like Mando said, we discussed this to no end, and we've finally going to take the steps. Sadly, well, I don't know if it's sadly, but fortunately, it's at a time where kids need this service right now. Thank you.
Board President, I have community comments whenever you're ready.
All right, thank you, Mr. Payan. Yes, go ahead and give us the community comments.
Yes, sir. There are two. Number one, trainings, question mark. There are many teachers who have moved from other districts or companies that are Apple certified who can assist our students, parents, teachers, staff, and all who need assistance. Number two, so we currently have instructional material consumables. What happens to these paperback books that will no longer be utilized because of the personal devices? 9 through 12, English will be purchased this year.
All right. Thank the community for those comments.
And we just got another one. I'm so sorry.
All right.
We can access the books through iBooks or eBooks so that students do not have to carry books. Teachers do not have to set up a set of books that students cannot access from home. There are plenty of free Wi-Fi places in our city that students can use even if they do not have the internet. My suggestion is the parents and students sign an agreement if the devices are broken due to negligence, similar to what other districts do. Thank you.
And that is a good point. We have had that when laptops are assigned to students that the parents are responsible for any negligent use or breakage of the computers. And I think we have that in place, don't we, Marnie?
Yes. And currently all instructional materials, the consumables, we will be able to push those out and still use the consumables at school. Those won't stop.
Yes, I agree.
They're part of the adoption.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
Mr.
All right. Mr. Rodriguez.
I just want to thank staff and we haven't made the decision yet, but I'm pretty confident in regards to this is a huge step for the district and a huge benefit to our kids. And I mean, I'm extremely excited for them and I'm hoping they're excited as well. So.
Yes. Mr. Chair?
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Ms. Brigham.
Yes, and I want to thank, I was the one who asked all those questions, Dr. Rico. Thank you for answering every single one of them. I put all those questions because becoming ex-technology, I felt I needed to ask questions, but they did answer them I thought they answered them very good. I do believe that we need to move forward. I do not believe that I think we have to be very cautious. If Dr. Galavis absolutely puts in, we need technology people that's going to help lead this charge, because I know vendors and they say they're going to give everything. But I do think it's time that we get to a one-to-one within this district. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Brigham. All right. I guess we've exhausted this item. So without further ado, we do have a motion for the board, an amended motion for the correct amount of the purchase of the laptops from Apple. Hearing no further discussions, Sonia, please poll the board.
Mr. Coronado, for clarification, can you tell me who made the second? It was Mr. Rodriguez. It moved
Ms.
to
Iglesias.
Ms. Iglesias. Thank you.
President Coronado, could you give me 1 second?
Yes, is that Steve?
Yes, sir. It's my understanding that the funding for this is going to come from the issuance of the maintenance tax notes. Is that correct?
Yes.
That is correct. Initially, it will be purchased through the district fund, general fund, and then we'll be reimbursing it once we sell the tax notes.
The contract and the agreement that Apple puts out through DIR requires that the purchaser attest that there's available funds for the purchase of this equipment and the technology. It's standard in a government contract that an issuing authority can only bind itself with money that it has on hand that can be used for this purpose. I'm not aware of the impediment. I don't know if Rudy is still on the phone or on the line that would prevent us from issuing the maintenance tax notes in a timely fashion so that it would not interfere with the budget to keep us from being able to buy these. The quote is only good for a certain period of time. I imagine we want to move on it pretty quickly. So as long as we're comfortable that there's no impediment to getting the maintenance tax notes approved, the administration would be able to sign the contract and move forward, attesting that they have available funds to make the purchase.
All right, Rudy, are you still online?
I am, Mr. Chairman. There shouldn't be any impediment. In fact, the district could utilize fund balance to pay for these. The maintenance tax note is just to reimburse the district M&O fund. So they can show proof that they have funds available.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Steve. Thank you, Rudy.
Thank you. Thanks, Rudy.
All right. Any other questions? All right, hearing none. Sonia, please poll the board.
Ms. Brigham,
Yes.
Mr. Coronado,
Yes.
Mr. Payan,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mrs. Trout.
I just got a question. I'm sorry. Can I please listen again? What was the move?
It's to approve the purchase of the computers from Apple at $4,804,806.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you.
Ms. Searles
Yes.
and Mrs. Iglesias.
Yes.
Motion
All
passes.
right. Congratulations, board. Thank you.
Item number 5, discussion and possible action to modify the board resolution approved on April the 8th, 2020 regarding employee compensation during an emergency closure of the district in response to concerns of further community spread of COVID-19 and pursuant to policy DEA local to add other positions. Dr. Galaviz.
Board, on April 8th, we were asked to look at different data points, and I'll let Mr. Cedesedes, our new auditor, put this together. I'll let him explain it. Mr. Cedesedes? He's like the Dallas Cowboys, they're always late. Mr. Cedesedes?
Let me get to it.
Mr. Cedesedes, are you on?
Mute. Yes, I'm on.
All right.
Okay. I sent you all a spreadsheet with 2 columns. The first column in yellow, if you can see, it's a 1 week. It's a 1 week recap of how much was paid, how much you all approved. On the right side, it's 2 weeks worth of numbers. You can see that. So the top part is the columns. On the bottom part, just to show you the bottom line, on the bottom part, on the blue line, you approved 51,319 for 1 week. So if you double that, we're looking at about 102,000 more or less for a 2 week period. The one on the right side, if you'll notice, it's $34,000, which is considerably less than the first 2 weeks. These first 2 weeks included March 23rd to the 27th, which is where everybody was called out and we wanted to know what was going on. So that's the difference. I'm giving you just straight premium pay, and I'm showing you the comparison of both amounts. And numbers have dwindled down like we have predicted. They've gone down considerably. So with that, that's the labor part. That's the labor part. If you all approve the 2 weeks that I've roughly estimated, which is April 13th to the 24th, which is last Friday, it's 34,000 for 2 weeks versus 51,000 for 1 week. So it's considerably less.
All right, so my understanding of the, would be approximately 102,000 and then another 34,000 or so up to Friday the 24th, which is talking about maybe 136,000 or so to 140,000 max.
Yes, sir.
Premium pay.
I would go more, Mr. Coronel, I would go more with an estimate of 150,000 because my calculations on the first week in March were just for the employees clocking in and out. It did not cover the employees that we paid that were working from home.
Okay.
So an estimate, a rough estimate, more or less 150,000.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Cedeseta. Does anybody have any questions?
For President, I do have a question.
Ms. Trout.
Yes, this is either for Dr. Galaviz or for Mr. Cereces. I'm seeing here this hard copy that he sent us, that in 1 week, it was including safety, security, and central office. But in the second, the one that he collapsing to, is not including safety and security. So can you please give us the difference to make the numbers if them are included or not, please?
And I'll let Mr. Cedesetis give you the numbers because the original DEA resolution did not include security.
Right.
And Ms. Trout called on Friday wanting us to look at adding security. So I asked Mr. Cedesetis to say, what would it cost in those 2 weeks if we included security? But again, I want the board, they are our first responders. You could make the argument that there's no kids at the campuses. You know, so again, I was just going by the original DEA resolution that did not include them. So if the board wants to include them, let us know. If not, then I was tasked on April 8th is to look at all the staff that are helping out with remote learning, making copies, going to the building. Also at central office, as you know, Miss Sonia, in order to do board packets, in order to do she has to go to the office in order to keep board business going. So that's, but Mr. Cedesetis can talk more about the numbers if we do add security.
Yes.
I think my question to Steve, are we still in a declaration of emergency when it comes to?
Yeah, that comes from you actually.
Okay, I do still have another question. For example, Dr. Galaviz, you put 10 staff employees from central office in this second week. Can you please give us which is your list of these essential employees to you?
Oh, it covers all departments. It covers transcripts. We still have transcripts. We still have people that need to go and open up, ¿cómo se llama? The bills. We have 2 of our accounts payable that go in order to pay our bills. We have some special ed because we have his person goes in, and it's not every day. It's 1 day a week for a couple hours that they go in to make sure that we're still addressing our community. But I can give you more of a detailed list. I know I have them on. If I was at my office, I have it on my desktop of all the people that the chiefs have told me that need to come into the office.
What I'm saying, Dr. Galaviz, for example, you consider these essential employees, and also my point of view, safety and security, them are essential employees as well, them are vulnerable employees as well, them are exposed like the rest of your employees as well. So that's what I was thinking about to reconsider and to be.
Well, and one of the definitions, and when I asked HR, is people that actually have to go to their job in order to do their work. And safety, security, again, unless we have an elite camera system, they have to go and travel and do checks and and close gates, open gates, turn on alarms, turn off alarms, again, to secure our buildings. So
Because these are employees cannot do their job from home. So that's what I was thinking about, that these employees, they gotta be there, the first responders, in case of something happens, someone break down into our buildings or something happened, catch on fire, they're first responders. That's why I was thinking about that them are vulnerable employees and them are exposed as the rest of the employees as well. So for my opinion, they could be essential employees. I would like to hear the answer from Mr. Cereces. What is the difference?
Yes, ma'am. The difference, I'm showing you no dollar amounts for safety and security. If you do the 2 weeks in April, from April 13th to the 24th, it's a total of $6,780 that we would add to the bottom blue figure of the $34,356.
So per week, how much will be the difference?
The difference per week would be $3,390.
Jeez.
And if you double that, that's your $6,780.
So I understand making numbers from 34,356 divided by 2 per week is 17,178. Adding that number that you told me, 6,000 and something, 780 will be plus 41 divided by 1 week will be 20,568. So the difference is not much. It's only 3,390 from 17,178 to 2,568, right?
That is correct. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Dr. Galaviz.
Mr. Chair.
Ms. Brigham.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chair, this is for you. Okay. Are we, so we're telling the administration, is administration asking to perpetuate the premium pay indefinitely until the emergency is cut off?
I don't know what administration's position is, but this is a board decision.
Oh, okay.
We already discussed it last year. I asked this to put on, when we discussed it last meeting, said that we needed to take a look at this again, because at that point, we didn't know how far along we were going to get shut down. Now we know. So we wanted to take a look at that, if we were going to come back earlier or not, or end of school year. We didn't know those issues at the time. So that's why we had it brought back today. This is just a board decision.
Okay, then with that said, I have a question.
So another question, Board
Hold
President.
on, Ms. Trout. Ms. Brigham has the floor right now.
Sure.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So we have our community, and we're spending money. And the thing is, absolutely, I bet, we have a pay raise that's going to be coming up. We have to look at that. And we have so many of our people in our community that are going to food lines. I just think we need to put an end to premium pay. Yes, people are going in and going to central office. The front doors are locked. I'm sure that, and the teachers are still providing, we're not given premium pay. I really think we don't have unlimited funds. And I think most people would agree that we need to just say that we're going to keep on paying, whether it's 21,000, 31,000 a week, or 150K for, this is a lot of money that, and we're going to have to use much more money than we thought since we went one-on-one. So I think that we have to put an end. I don't know how to put that into a motion, sir, that we end premium pay and focus on, starting the school year and putting the money towards all employees' pay. So.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Brigham. I'll go down the line then. Mr.
Thank you.
Payan. Mr. Payan?
No question.
All right. Ms. Iglesias?
No question.
All right, Ms. Searles?
Yes, sir. I don't mean to be stupid, but I'm a bit confused why we're seeing this again. Help me, please.
Because at the last board meeting, administration wanted us to hold off, and we decided to hold off until we had more information on whether we were going to be closed down for the rest of the year, what's going to extend it, or we were going to end up having this, the schools reopen again. We didn't know those issues at the time, so that's why we brought it back today.
Into
And
our courthouse.
So in here, it says on the agenda item to add other positions. So for clarification, what we're asking for here is to add other positions to the premium pay positions that we approved the last time.
I think last time what we had approved was only certain individuals certain classes and going forward from the date of the last meeting. Prior to April 8th, we paid all those that were included in our policy. We modified our policy on April 8th. And going forward from April 8th, we decided to only include certain employees.
Mm-hmm. And so now,
and that's a temporary adjustment to our policy. And now we're revisiting that decision to either terminate it completely.
Okay.
Going forward, or include other people. So that's what's before us.
And then let me ask, and I think this is redundant, and I apologize, but Mr. Blanco, my impression is that on Friday, May 4th, I heard it, saw it yesterday with my own eyes, the governor is lifting the restrictions. So are we now going to still be called in an, whatever they call us, in an emergency state?
Yeah, the resolution and the decisions by the school district are based on the announcement of the superintendent and the school district to declare an emergency closure. It's not tied directly to Governor Abbott saying we can open whatever. Obviously, the school board can take Governor Abbott's direction and decide to say, okay, we want to end the emergency closure. We're not going to have that in the resolution anymore and change it. But the resolution is geared for the school district, not what Governor Abbott says.
Okay, so it's what we're saying, and we could indeed say that we agree with, we don't have to say we agree with them, but, May 4th is our last day. We could say that for hazard pay or premium pay?
We can do any date going forward from today on.
Okay.
Correct.
Mr. Chair?
Mr. Rodriguez.
Just my thought process. I know from last meeting, the discussion was if we wanted to include more. That's a discussion that what I would clarify with Dr. Galavis is that it would have to be approved by him, and then there would have to be a recording if we wanted to include any more else. I just don't want to blanket a whole subgroup or a whole classification where the main concern is still having these people at home. And so that's one of my issues. The other issue is I wanted direction from administration. I see Martha on here, both Marthas and Dr. Galavis. The end of the school year is May 22nd, right?
Yes.
June 30th.
So we could say just providing different options for the board. One option would be to go with the governor's recommendation as the May 29th or the May 4th date. The other is to finish off the end of school year because to at least close it out, right? Because from my understanding, premium pay is for staff members that are currently having to come into work, right? So in the summer, like let's say our cafeteria employees, any of the other employees, if they have to come in the summer, that's additional, right? That's sort of already, they don't work in the summer. So what I'm trying to get at is if they don't work in the summer and they're able to come and work, that's more money in their pocket instead of a premium rate. So that justifies that. Can you correct me if I'm wrong, Martha?
I didn't understand exactly what you said,
I don't need.
but the cafeteria workers will be running the summer program just as they always do.
Yeah, but the summer program employees are additional pay. They're not out of your traditional, right? Martha, see, I think.
Yeah, it is extra pay for them for the
Yeah.
summer. They
Okay.
do regular pay because they're annualized, so they get a regular. Anything that's worked outside of their regular work calendar.
So
You faded.
Oh, I did. Okay, and so I just wanted to clarify also, the end of the school year will be considered June 30th.
That's what I thought.
Second is the last instructional day that, under normal circumstances, that would be the last day for students.
May the 22nd?
Yeah.
Thank you.
May 22nd is last instructional date, June 30th, end of school year, correct?
Teacher last day?
Going back to that, whatever you all want to look at, if we are going to finish it, I would recommend in that realm.
I like May 4th.
May the 22nd?
I like May 4th.
All right. Hold on, everybody. Let me recognize before everybody starts coming in.
That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
All right, Mr. Rodriguez, I think we've heard from everybody.
No,
What about the public?
I still
Hold
need
on.
to.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Ms. Trout. Ms. Trout, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you so much. So what I was a little bit go with what Mr. Rodriguez says, I would like to see that we could put an ending time and will be the last day of instruction for students, which is Martha, you said May the 22nd, right? Is the end of the instructional year?
The last students on this.
So could be that. And also one more question, Dr. Galaviz, are you there?
Yes.
Okay, know that is in this paragraph, you add warehouse this time. So it was one of the things that we're going to prove today.
Well,
It's
but-
not- yes, right? You add warehouse because it was not
No.
in the,
Warehouse was approved in the last round.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's right. Then. Now, now, Dr. Galaviz, is there another department that you would like to add this time?
Is there another department such
Yes.
as safety and security?
Yes, and could be as a central office as well.
Well, I my point, I was asked to bring back another data point and look at all staff who have to come in, that can't do their job from home. And that's for 2 weeks, we spent $5,595, according to Mr. Sedacetis. So if we go another 2 weeks, we're looking at the same, 5 más o menos, so 10, 15. And that's what I'm bringing to the board, is that there are staff who do go out, and we still have COVID-19, that it is, to me, dangerous still for anybody to go out. So you could argue that safety, security have to go out and watch our schools and check on locks and check on buildings. They can't do that from home. So
This is a board resolution, Dr. Galaviz, and we could take the decision whenever we would like to close this, to put the end time to this resolution. So we'll consider in this person's, this departments that we would like to add this time, we could close on May the 4th or May the 22nd. And after that, everybody goes to the regular pay. I mean, it's a board resolution. We could do whatever we decide to do this time. I mean, of course, with the recommendation of administration, could be May the 4th We could put this premium pay, and then after that, everyone goes to the regular pay.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Kraft.
Mr. Chair,
Who's
Mr. Chair,
Ms. Iglesias?
we also have to consider our budget.
Yes, ma'am.
That's true.
May I make a motion?
Hold on, Ms. Brigham.
Oh, sure.
Ms. Iglesias, are you?
Yeah, I'm done. I just wanted to make that comment that we do have to make sure that it's not going to affect our budget. I thought we had talked about ending it just and only those that we approved last time.
Exactly.
Yeah, we were going to give them premium pay and then end it for everybody else.
Yes.
Period.
That is correct. We did that already on April 8th.
Yeah, but I could make a change. I mean, this time, because that's what the motion said.
Hold on, Ms. Trout. Ms. Iglesias?
So for today, everything else was ended. So for today, we're just adding safety and security and what else?
No, we're not necessarily adding them. It's up for discussion.
Okay.
You can add, you can end it, you can extend it, you can, it's all up to the board.
Yeah. Okay. And before I entertain a motion, and I'll make some comments, but Ms. Iglesias, are you done?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
All right. I think I've covered everybody. One of the other things that we need to consider, guys, is that this premium pay is not in our budget. One.
Yes.
Okay. It's not in our budget for this year. Are we going to incur a significant increase in our budget next year? Well, yes and no. We're going to have late payments for sure. So we're not going to have the money available because that tax money is not going to roll in on time like it has in previous years. And so the other issue is that our property tax evaluations are not going to go up. It's pretty much already said, everybody's property valuations are going to be left the same, not going to go up. Is that my understanding of what's going on, Ms. Mata and Steve?
Sorry, I was on mute, but yes, I agree.
Yes.
So not only before, that's even going to impact what we're going to decide on the budget, which is coming up in one of our next items, that there had been a proposal for increases in salaries. I don't know if we're going to be able to do that on the basis that our tax rates are going to remain our valuations are going to remain the same as last year. The usual that we have for increase in for increasing the pay for our employees is that the valuations go up.
Mr.
They're not going
Coronado.
up this year. They're not going up this year, guys. And that's how we get our money. So not only is our budget going to hurt right now from the premium pay, we're also going to have to be on the same, basically on the same property tax income that we received last year. Am I wrong, Ms. Pekarsky?
As you said, there's going to be a difference.
No,
What they froze were the residential.
Right.
I believe the businesses will still be evaluated.
Well, I understand that, but what do you think is going to happen when their businesses close and everything went down and businesses are out of business? What do you think will happen at the end of the year?
Well, my question is what will happen with the legislature?
Yeah.
Because they're going off of the actual collections. And they said that they would make up the difference.
They're going to make
So
up
that's
the
a question.
difference. Well, but they haven't voted on that yet, have they?
Yes, that's in their funding
Kind of
formula.
leaves us hanging, and we'll get to that, I guess, in the next item. But frankly, I think my position is that I think the amount that's being spent, and those still have to do, and really the food services, the ones that are my concern, because there's going to still have to be out there. My position is I think we need to end all premium pay as of today and probably only include going forward the food service people. They have their own separate budget,
agree.
their own separate deal. They have a healthy balance. I think moving forward, I think that's what we ought to do. I think that'd be the responsible thing to do in
Mhm.
light of what's going on. 30 million people have filed for unemployment in the last 3-4 weeks. That's 10% of the country. And our community's probably been hit harder than that. And so, and we don't have the access, yeah, we have a very tax base, but a lot of business, every hour, businesses are going under right now.
Yeah.
So what we expect in business taxation income that's going to come in, I don't think it's going to happen this year, frankly. And the state making it up, the only way I see it being done is through the rainy day fund, because the sales tax is going to obviously be hit really hard this year on the state. Everything being closed for 2 months so far, it's
Yeah.
going to get hit hard. The other, that's their number one revenue. The number two revenue is the oil excise taxes. We know what the price of oil has been in the last few weeks, okay? Zero,
Mhm.
okay? Not only is it low,
Negative.
people aren't using it. Everybody's staying home. So if they're not purchasing it and the value's going way down, it's going to take a severe hit. So whatever monies the state is going to have available for all these other things, I don't see them voting to replace the increase in tax valuations when, one, they froze them, and two, they may not have the money made up and they're going to incur a loss in just their yearly budget projections for this year and the next fiscal year. This is a little different time. I really don't see us, we have to take a hard look at those, the proposed 2% increases that were being proposed a month ago. If they're going to make that up, then that's great, but I don't know that I want to vote for it until they've actually vote for it. Otherwise, that's going to put us into, think about it, 2% of our, 85% is salaries based, 80 to 85% is our salaries. So 2% of our going down, they don't vote for it, 2% of 80% of our budget. What is it, 60, 70 million, Martha?
Yes, sir. And the other thing is that Texas has been known to delay our payments in order to balance their budget.
Well, it's going to get delayed a lot more this year. So, 2% of those salary budgets, 80, just looking at it, 80% of our budget in salaries, say of 70 million, that's 5.6 million, or 56 million is just nothing but salaries, say 55 to 60 million. So we're talking of about $12 million, 2% of that of, what is it, 60 million? What is that? I don't know, $1.5 million or so.
But we're talking about the board resolution, right, sir?
I understand that, but that's part of what we're looking at. Our budget's going to take a hit this year for this premium pay, and it might go into next year sometime. I'm just saying that we need to be careful how we, it's going to affect both budgets. So my position, I think we ought to end the premium pay as of today.
I agree.
Going forward, just the food service people until a further decision of the board.
I'd like to make a motion then, sir.
Well, our recommendation is to keep the resolution as is.
Right.
Until May 22nd.
Until May 22nd? Okay. We have administration's recommendation.
It was, may I please, Board President, the only thing is we were moving $10 million right now, and we don't have enough money to pay our vulnerable employees. That's it.
Well, okay, that's fine.
That's what we need to consider. The same words that you said, I will retake them in this item. And the previous one, sir, we don't have enough money, but 10 millions we do have, and not to support our employees.
Thank you.
Your point
Community
is made,
comment
Ms.
whenever you're
Trout.
ready.
We're not talking about not paying our employees. We're talking about premium pay.
That's what I'm talking about, premium pay.
Right. Mhm.
I move for a motion, sir.
All right, Ms. Brigham.
I'm sorry, there's community input whenever you're ready.
Oh,
Sure, go ahead.
I'm sorry,
Give
go
us the
ahead.
community input.
Sir, these might
Absolutely.
be from the prior item. I'm not 100% sure. So will cases and bags be provided for laptops? Number one.
Yeah.
Number two,
Yeah.
I think it is important to pay those who are needed up until the end of the school year, as they are still exposed to the possibility of becoming infected. Third, what would be the difference in the amount spent if you extended it to the end of the school year? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for those comments. Obviously, the issue with respect to the laptops, I believe Dr. Rico indicated that they would have
It,
bags available.
in our documentation, it has that, sir.
Right. So,
There's some more.
Can I just,
Ms.
recap?
Carrasco.
I just want to recap the discussion. From the last board meeting, the resolution stated that as of what we ended up doing is as of March 23rd through April 7th, the PM pay for all the non-exempt employees that were working site or on site. So that's how payroll ended up doing that from March 23rd to April 7th. As of April 8th, when the resolution that was adopted by, as of April 8th, then the only people that got pre-pay, drivers, maintenance,
You're breaking
You're
up.
going in and out.
So as of today, whatever you all decide on the resolution, whether add people to it or you're going to end it, that'll be effective moving forward as of today. And I guess if Steve can back pay.
Cutting off, Mija.
If you it, or if you're going to add additional people that have already worked, did receive the pay. There is no back pay.
Yes, that's correct.
So any changes that you make to the resolution as of today moving forward, whether it's terminated today, May 4th, May 22nd, whatever day you choose, whatever changes you make to the resolution will be effective as of today.
That's correct.
Made it as of today, sounds good.
Mr. Chair.
All right. Mr. Rodriguez.
I would recommend to go with the administration's recommendation. The 22nd will allow us to have an end date closing it off within our fiscal year. I mean, within our school year. The other thing that I was looking at was since some of these parents are still, I mean, since they're still going in, I guess I would just recommend administration's recommendation, but I'm okay with whatever the board decides.
All right.
We've got community comment.
Coming in. Miss Iglesias, was that you or who?
No.
Miss Searles?
It was Ms. Searles, but I'll hear the community first, please.
All right.
Board, isn't the government providing extra funds for our schools to operate within our students?
I wish.
In classes,
wish.
question mark. The Davenport elementary nurse has been going in for the last 4 weeks because she needs access to the student records. Thank you.
All right. Yes, I wish that our state and federal governments had been able to do also a stimulus package for the states and for the district, but unfortunately, the federal government's chosen not to at this time.
Right.
Yet.
Right.
So it was my turn for a question, and I'd like to ask this of Mr. Cedesitis. Mr. Cedesitis, you've done an awesome job of tabulating here what we've spent, what it's cost the district. These are our actual expenditures, correct?
No, ma'am. These are estimated expenditures.
Okay, but essentially, they're the ballpark.
Right around there. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And FEMA has said that if we had in place policy, which we did, that they will, and we know it's the government, takes time, but that they will reimburse us. So I'm an optimist. I'm believing that they are going to reimburse us this. Do you have any thoughts on that? Because I guess the question is, have you submitted this to FEMA yet? And what are the timelines on submission?
No, ma'am, nothing has been submitted yet. Just keep in mind that FEMA, if it's an eligible expense, they will only reimburse 75% of the eligible cost.
Okay.
And we have signed up for the grants portal to load up all this information. But basically, we've got 30 days after the pandemic is actually closed down either by the president or the governor. So
Thank you.
to answer your question, nothing has been sent in yet. I have the numbers. I'm gathering all the data to start loading up, but that's basically in a
But
nutshell.
you are looking forward to submitting all this extra pay, all these extra expenses that we've incurred. You are looking forward with the goal to submit all of this and we possibly be paid something.
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
At some point.
Yes, ma'am. Most definitely. The spreadsheet that I show you is ongoing, and you can see the labor cost and you can see the materials. We will be submitting everything and anything we're allowed to do, and hopefully we get 75% back.
Okay, thank you very much. That was
Yes,
my
ma'am.
only question, Mr. Coronado.
Yes,
All
ma'am.
right.
You're welcome.
Ms. Mata or Mr. Blanco, y'all want to share any?
No, I don't have anything to add on that. You have to wait and see.
Mr. Coronado, will you clarify, this resolution only deals with hourly employees?
This goes only with, well, this resolution goes with non-exempt employees. Our policy includes non-exempt employees.
Yes.
But we modified our policy as of April 8th. So right now, the only thing we can consider moving forward is whatever we want to decide for today. If we want to keep the same resolution of the same people as of April 8th, or modify it, end it today, or move it to May 4th or May 22nd, it's up to us. Is that correct, Steve and Priscilla?
Yes.
Okay. So it's strictly our decision. We can't go back and add different employees previous to today to give them covered. We can't do that.
We can or we cannot.
We cannot. Is
This
that
time?
correct, counsel?
No, we can. Yes, we can, because it says here, look at the item, what it says.
You can't go back. You cannot go back and retroactively grant back pay. No, you can't.
Right.
Oh, no, retroactive, no. I thought about adding more departments. Oh, or one.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right.
For the clarification.
Okay, so that's where we're at.
So, Mr. Coronado, had you entertained a motion just a moment ago to end it on May the 4th?
Yeah, I think Ms. Brigham was about to make a motion.
Did you want me to?
There's nothing on the floor.
There's nothing on the floor right now.
That was a motion, her motion. It hadn't gone a second.
Did you make the motion, Ms. Brigham, or not?
No, I was questioning on how to make it,
Oh, okay.
but I would like to make a motion.
You have the floor.
Oh, thank you, sir. I move that we put an end date of May 4th on the resolution that we have presented in front of us as it stands, but it only ending on May 4th.
And are you talking about including, your motion is including only those people that were
That we previously approved, sir.
Okay.
Can I ask a question, sir?
Mr. Payan, yes, sir.
What's the difference between May 4th and May 22nd?
Money. Oh, is that aimed at me, Mr. Payan?
Or whoever?
Oh, okay. I was just thinking it would give the administration time to tell people, and that's the only reason why I didn't make it for today, sir.
Okay.
You know, I'm just thinking we had to have an end in sight. Everybody knows there's an end in sight.
Yeah.
And that's all, sir.
Okay.
All right.
And that coincides with the governor's date too, I guess.
I think partly it does.
Mm-hmm.
Part of the governor's order starts this Friday.
Mm-hmm.
or Thursday night, actually.
Clarification for purposes of revising or amending the resolution. The proposed end date that I'm hearing would be May 4, but that's an end date for the premium pay only. Remember
Yes.
that your resolution also allows you to continue paying your employees at the regular rate during the closure. So
Absolutely, Miss Mata. Absolutely, absolutely. I was going with the what we had previously done with the and only the modification that the board has been talking about, and just putting it for a May 4th end date.
Okay,
You're
very good.
looking at Fund 199 only, right? Or are you doing both funds, Fund 101? The child nutrition and facilities, transportation, custodians, warehouse, and maintenance. As proposed.
Ms. Brigham,
Oh, I'm sorry.
what was your motion? I think Dr. Galaviz is asking you to clarify what your motion was.
Okay, let's try this again. All right, Mr. Mr. Chair, any recommendations from you, I would appreciate. Okay.
Okay.
So
I think what Dr. Galaviz was asking is if your motion includes, shutting down the entire premium pay, or does it leave open the issue of just the food service people? Is that right, Dr. Galaviz?
It's a current.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Well, I agree with what you said when you were talking, Mr. Chair. So I guess my motion would be to have an end date of May 4th for the premium pay for the 199 employees, with the exception of that continuing until the end of the year for the food service workers.
Okay. All right.
So just
Is everybody clear on that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Chair,
Ms. Iglesias.
will the cafeteria staff still be making lunch, and will the bus drivers still be delivering up until May 22nd?
I can imagine that we're going to be doing more, but we are, because right now we're delivering on Fridays an extra load because we're doing weekend meals. So
Right.
I guess I would say yes, since we do go into the summer. And given that our campuses, I don't know if the governor, right now, he closed campuses until
Right.
the end of the school year. So I don't know if he's going to open campuses, because traditionally we serve at certain campuses in the summer.
But at
We
that
don't need it,
point,
yeah.
but at that point, we could change it. We can stop it.
Yes, ma'am.
We can have an emergency board meeting or whatever and stop the premium pay at that point that we know if we're going to open up or not. Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am, I think so.
So, and Ms. Brigham, if you amend that, I would agree with you to May 22nd, then I would agree with you.
Then I go with that, Miss. Yes, then, okay, as long as we have a definitive end date, Ms. Iglesias, I would acquiesce to that. So we'd amend that, to say that, to move it to May 22nd. Is that what you said, Ms. Iglesias?
Yes, ma'am,
Yes.
and I'll second that.
And that's for the food service people only?
For the people that we have on our resolution
currently,
that we approved previously.
That we approved previously from
Yes.
April 8th?
Yes.
Yes.
Only those individuals? Okay.
Yeah.
And Ms. Brigham, you are accepting
Yes, I'm accepting her input, yes.
all right, so you're Ms. Iglesias, you're asking Ms. Brigham to amend her motion, and I guess Ms. Brigham has seconded that motion to amend. Let's vote on the amended motion that's before the board before we vote on the actual motion. And to clarify, to clarify, Ms. Brigham has made an initial motion that we end pay as of May 4th for the individuals that were included in the April 8th resolution for premium pay going forward, and that the food service people be paid until the end of the school year. Ms. Iglesias asked for an amendment that the food service people and the other individuals that we approved on April 8th going forward be included in that and that the date be May 22nd, not the end of the school year. Is that correct?
Yes. Is
Okay.
that correct, Ms. Iglesias?
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Mr. Coronado, essentially is what you're saying, that we're going to extend our resolution as it stands till May the 22nd?
Yes.
Yes.
That's
Okay.
correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
All right. Any further discussions? Let's vote on the amendment. I'll pull the board. Ms. Iglesias,
Yes.
Ms. Trout,
No.
Mr. Payan,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez. Mr. Rodriguez. All right, I'll come back to him. Ms. Searles,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez. All right, and I vote yes. Mr. Rodriguez.
And I vote yes.
And Ms. Brigham, did I get you to vote? No?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Ms. Brigham, thank you. All right, so we're waiting on Mr. Rodriguez for his vote. Is he on?
Bathroom break.
He's not present. You don't need him.
Mr. Rodriguez is currently
All right.
not connected.
Mr. Rodriguez? I think we can hear you now.
That was a dog.
Okay, Mr. Rodriguez, we're voting on an amendment to Ms. Brigham's motion that basically we extend the premium pay for individuals that the board voted on April 8th going forward, and that the new date be May 22nd. The end date for the premium pay of those individuals. Is that correct, everybody?
Yes.
Okay. And we're voting only on the amendment right now. Everybody else has voted. Mr. Rodriguez, how is your vote?
He's not on.
Okay, all
And I
right.
don't need him because the
There he
motion's
is.
already passed, whether is irrelevant.
Okay, Mr. Rodriguez, what is your vote?
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes,
My phone, the laptop actually died, so
Oh.
the motion was to
amend.
the current one up to May 22nd,
That's
Yes,
correct.
sir.
and that's administration's recommendation.
Yes.
Dr. Galaviz?
All right, Mr.
Yes.
Rodriguez, this is a vote now. We've done with discussion.
Well, sorry, my computer went out.
I understand.
Yes, okay.
Okay. All right, the motion does carry. Now we are on the actual motion to vote on the actual motion to extend the resolution that was modified our premium pay policy under emergencies to extend what the board decided on April 8th to May 22nd, only for those individuals that the board indicated at that time. That is the motion before the board. And I think we've pretty much exhausted all comments. So Sonia, please pull the board.
Yes, Ms. Brigham,
Yes.
Mr. Coronado,
Yes?
Mr. Payan,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Uh-oh.
No, I'm on. I'm just thinking.
Oh,
Uh,
oh, sorry.
Yes, it's
Mrs. Trout,
No.
Mrs. Searles,
Yes.
and Ms. Iglesias.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, motion passes. All right, we go on to the next agenda item. Do y'all want to take a 5-minute break?
Yes. Yes, please.
Yes, let's do that. We've been online for almost 4 hours, guys. So let's take a 5-minute break with the consent of the board.
Thank you.
And,
I have a
objections?
question.
Ms. Searles.
How do I do that? Do I just stay on the phone, just put it on mute,
stay
walk
on the
around,
phone.
do whatever?
Yeah,
Yes,
just,
ma'am.
just stay on the line.
Okay,
Stay on the
perfect.
line.
All right,
Okay, I'm on the line.
all right. Back in 3 to 5 minutes, guys.
Okay.
Hello?
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 Hi. Are we
Everybody back?
back? Is it time to come back?
I think it's time to come back, yes.
Okay. The lady is talking to me on the phone.
Yeah. We should be coming online here pretty soon. I don't know if Andrew's on there or not, or,
Serge, can I ask Armando a question before we go? It's not, I mean, it's board related, but it's not about this agenda. Or maybe I can just
We
ask
are
you.
live.
you know what? Probably not, because we're all hearing this.
It's just about a future agenda item.
Okay.
And it's a very, real plain, it's not going to raise anybody's eyebrow.
Well,
This is just, we have until June the 15th to submit our legislative issues for the advocacy agenda. If
okay.
maybe we could have that on our next meeting agenda.
We'll put an agenda item for that.
Thanks.
Okay, but no discussion about it.
No, I just wanted to know if we could have it.
Okay. Andrew, is everybody back?
Everybody is back. They just need to unmute if they wish to speak.
Oh,
Okay.
okay, thank you.
All right, so is Dr. Galavi's son?
Got it, here.
Okay, all right. Sal, are you on? I can't hear Sal. Sal, are you on? Sal?
I believe that was him.
Yes, I'm on.
Okay, all right, good. Okay, we have Sal, we have Blanca, Mary, Mando, Lori, Annette?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, all right, I'm calling this meeting back to in session. The board just finished taking a 5-minute break. We are on agenda item 3A. Is that correct, Sonia?
Yes, sir.
All right, Sonia, read it into the minutes.
Yes, sir. Discussion and possible action regarding the 2021 compensation maintenance review, 2021 extra duty stipend and supplemental pay plan.
All right, who's gonna start for administration, Martha or both Marthas?
We have Luz on the line.
We have Luz.
You can speak.
Can you hear me?
No. Hi, Luz.
Hi, Luz.
Hi. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Well, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
It's great to see some friendly faces, individuals that we've worked with. Again, board president and board members, thanks for having me. The opportunity to provide this. I'm gonna walk through, I'm not gonna spend a lot of time with some of the information. I know you guys have been on here for some time, but please also let me know if you have questions. And I will be getting assistance from your PIO in the movement of the slides. So we'll go ahead and get started. So this is the set of the peer districts that we have been working with the district. The same set of peer districts that we have utilized over the several years to compare your pay relative to your peers, as well as, we've used non-school market, we've purchased third-party salary surveys, and we incorporate that non-school market in with the school market for jobs that we know are commonly found outside of education. So moving on.
Okay.
What I wanted to share with the board here is this slide that shows the teacher schedule. So this is your teacher schedule at each of these 5-year benchmarks. The orange line being your teacher schedule relative to the median of that set of peer districts that we just looked at. So you're very competitive at the bottom end of the pay range of that schedule. And then just drop some at the top end at that 15-year and 20-year mark. And this is an area that we've been targeting and addressing year after year. And we've really narrowed that gap. We continue to work on it. But the district has really done some great improvements as far as teacher pay, as you can see by this visual here. Now on the next slide, this is the detail to that graph that we just saw, which basically you can see that you were competitive at that 0 and 5-year mark. That was competitive at that lower half of that pay range. And then right at market at that 15-year, at that 10-year mark. And then just 1% at the top end of the pay range. That 1% below market, we're talking about an average of about $600 between that 15 and 20-year mark. On to the next slide. So we also take a look to see how you compare with the teacher shortage area stipends. And as you can see here, your stipends that you offer, not only for the general masters, subject area, and then the critical shortage area stipends are fairly competitive, being slightly above market or at market median. So the district is really positioned competitively with your peer group. Now, when this all started prior to COVID-19, we began this whole process back in January. And of course, we had discussions about some kind of, the maintaining competitiveness, looking forward, trying to gauge what other peer districts were going to be doing and moving forward with. And the landscape has changed some, as we've also had discussion going on earlier, financially wise. So, we don't know, it's still uncertain what some districts will be able to do as far as pay increases. But, we do have the model that I'm going to talk about as far as the cost briefly. So moving on to the next slide. So in addition to comparing your district pay for teachers, we also look at how you compare with the other pay groups, and we subdivide the other pay groups just for ease of review and analysis. We have the central administration group that you can see here. Overall, this group is 95% of market. The midpoints are still very competitive, being at 98% of market for the group. So the district is positioned well overall, with 17 jobs in this central administration category that we were able to match 2 survey jobs. Then the campus administration, again, overall 95% of market. On average, we're going to have individual jobs that are going to compare either more competitively towards market or a little bit less than the 95%, but on average being the 95%. The midpoint's very competitive to the market medians at 100%. And you can see that for this group, we're talking about 9 benchmark jobs. So this includes your campus principals, assistant principals, and your counselors. When we move to the professional category for this group, we're talking about 20 district jobs that we were able to match to survey jobs. And for this group, a little bit more competitive in pay on average at 97%. And those midpoints still very connected to the market. For your technology group, we do see that pay is probably the least competitive of all of the pay groups, when it comes to this group being at 93%. And these are 7 benchmark jobs. Okay. Now, some of it is tied to also years in the job. So when we talk about market competitiveness and how pay, whether it's at market or below market, we also have to consider the years that the individual has in the position. And so it may be appropriate for some pay to be below market, below that 100% because of the individual's experience levels. When we get to the clerical support, so now we're into your non-exempt categories. Your clerical support, we're talking about 16 district positions that we benchmark. This group is at 98% of market. Now for your hourly employees, we also take a look to see how competitive you are with your entry rates of pay. Because for non-exempt, that is critical. That is more critical for non-exempt to see an entry rate of pay is $11 or $12. And that's why we gauge that starting rate of pay for the district on average. So clerical support really well. You can see the midpoints, 2% above the market medians, meaning that your structures are really positioned still very well. Your instructional support at 95% of market for this group. We've made some adjustments for those that work with the high needs, and that has actually contributed to a much more market position, better market position for the district. So that's 6 of your district jobs that we were able to match. And then for the auxiliary, this includes your maintenance and your bus drivers and your custodial and cafeteria. For this group, we're talking about 18 district jobs. And overall, you're at 98% of market. So on average, you're no less than 5% below market for all job groups, except for the technology that we've talked about, which is the one that where you're a little bit less competitive for that group there. And pay structure is still very connected to market. In fact, we made very minor pay structure adjustments in the proposed model that we're talking about. Next slide.
Okay.
So the recommendation here is basically the implementation of the adjustments that were necessary. One of them being on the teacher schedule at those benchmark years to improve at the 15 towards the 20 year where the district was lagging a little bit. So we did provide some additional adjustments there, but certainly, maintaining your structure so that you have competitive starting salaries and those midpoints still connected to market. So tweaking, not major changes, just some minor tweaks. On to the next slide. So there was 2 models in the presentation. There was the 2%, and then we also provided a 1.5% as well. So keeping in mind that the general pay increases for teachers are calculated based on the average teacher salary in your peer group, and then the pay increases, the general pay increases for the other pay groups are calculated off of the range midpoints, the new adjusted range midpoints. The next slide.
Okay.
So this is the teacher proposed 2% teacher schedule. You can see that a 2% in this model.
Can I interrupt you 1 second?
Sure, go ahead.
My phone charge has gone away. I'm about to lose connection. I have another phone, but I don't know what to do. I'm so sorry, but it's blinking, like I'm on economy right now.
And,
I'm going to turn the other phone on.
Now, what you can do is either call from another phone or charge it while you're talking.
Oh no, it's a landline, Mondo. You know that. Hang on, let me see. Do you all hear me? Hang on. Can you hear me on this phone?
We can hear you.
You can hear me on this phone now?
Yes, yes. we
Okay,
can hear
hang
you.
on. Okay, let me hang the other one up and make sure you don't lose me. I'm so sorry.
All right, Lori.
Are you guys there? Okay, we're on.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay,
Yes.
sorry, Liz.
Oh, no problem. No,
Manto.
I'm glad it worked. All right, so the Model 1 is a 2%, $1,130 increase. You're familiar with how our templates work. We're talking about a starting salary of $53,150. All teachers moving to their next year of experience, but also the salary schedule being adjusted by that 2% of $1,130. So 0-year teacher, right now 52.5 would receive $1,130, goes to year 1, and then would be making the salary amount of $53,630. And that way, continuing teachers are placed on the proposed new higher salary, as well as new people coming on board from the outside at that same salary level based on their years. Where you're going to see the adjustments, again, as I mentioned, are at that 15 to a little bit past the 20-year mark, just to make some improvement to the schedule. The adjustments are not very huge, but that's just so that we can get you a little bit realigned at the top of that schedule, where you tend to just lag a little bit. On to the next slide. The 1.5% model, this is an $850 pay increase with the same starting salary of $53,150. We do need to make some additional adjustments at more years of experience, beginning at that 10-year. And this is needed because the 850 may not be enough to make sure that the next year's salary level is not less than your current salary level. And so that's why you see a little bit more adjustments at more years here. Moving forward. So this basically just kind of shows where you would fall with the proposed 2 models. The orange line and that blue line, this was already illustrated at the beginning of the presentation of where the district compared to the market median. And then you'll see there is a yellow or kind of mustard colored line that equates to the where your Model 2, the 1.5% would set you relative to the current market position. And then the green dotted line, that is that 2%. So you can see where the biggest improvements between the 2 models really are happening. And that's really at the middle to kind of the top of the schedule for a little bit of improvement there. So on to the next slide. There were some discussions as far as certain positions that were necessary to make some improvements in their placement on the pay plan by moving up a pay grade to identify kind of their job responsibilities, separate them to recognize those differences a little bit better, and then to help with the ability to recruit. So the first one is the admin assistant, board and superintendent position. This was to clarify that the role is really not just the superintendent secretary, but also carries the responsibility of the support for board members. And so basically it's just moving the position to a pay grade higher where the position is identified with it being the sole position in on your clerical paraprofessional for that top pay grade. We also moved up the high school assistant lead custodian up a pay grade. And then the other position that we identified for improvements in pay were the lead custodians at the middle school. We moved that position up a pay grade to pay grade 5, as well as the high school lead custodian. We moved
Good.
that up to pay grade 6. And these were to help with the recruitment of the job, as the district had been facing some difficulty trying to fill these positions as they were becoming vacant. So again, you can see that minimal changes to your pay plans as far as jobs being moved. We're in phases now where, you know, we make tweaks and not major classification changes. The next slide. Again, what's included in the cost models that you have are the adjustment to the new minimums. So depending on whether it's a 2% or a 1.5%, if that wasn't enough to get someone into the new minimum, we may need to give them a little bit more to ensure that they're not paid less than the new minimum. But we made such minor adjustments to the structure that really that's really not a significant cost. We also, because the district has in the past ensured, as you can see, the overall market comparison of the pay groups to kind of help ensure that we didn't have as many jobs falling below the 95% of market value. So there are some additional adjustments of 1%, additional 1% of range midpoint for those that continue to fall below 95% of market. And those are identified in the cost model. We don't have as many, but we do apply that for all of the pay groups. Then the next slide. So we had talked about trying to continue the competitive edge that the district had with the pay, especially these areas, these teaching areas that were related to the STEM and math and science. So there was some discussion of considering increasing the stipend amount for secondary math and science. Again, we began this early on, and so you know, these are options for the district to consider. You can see that the cost to do this would be a $62,000 additional cost. It's not embedded in the cost model that we're going to see, but we do have this cost that if you were to consider increasing your stipend, that you would be looking at that $62,000. And then the robotic stipend, we had the discussion here that the recommendation to add the robotic stipend, 400 at the elementary and then 750 at the secondary. And then lastly, we also looked at how the district compared when it came to substitute teacher pay. Now, in the report document that was in the maintenance report that you received, we provided a comparison of your substitute teacher pay relative to your peer group. And so these recommendations are based on how the district compared with those rates. So there is a recommendation to improve your substitute daily rate from $75 to $100. That's the degreed short term. For your degreed long term, the recommendation is to improve the pay from $85 to $120. Then you have that degreed certified short term, which would be from where your current rate of $80 to $120, and then the degreed certified long term, $120 to $135. So that's the recommendations that we have in the report and in the presentation. And now we can take a look at some cost models here. So based on these cost models, we can see that for the 2% model, if you can kind of raise it up just a tad, maybe, okay, let me see if I can bring that up. It's 868,543 to provide that 2% pay increase to employees. Then we have the adjustments, and the adjustments, we're talking about 39,587 for teachers, which was at those years under the 2% model, the 15 to 20 years. Some additional adjustments on the administrative, which were along with the information technology, administrative support, that's your clerical support, your instructional support, and your auxiliary. These adjustments are that additional 1% that for those individuals that were paid below 95% of market, as well as some adjustments to the new minimums with a total cost on this 2% model being $1,018,476. So that does equate to about a 2.4% total increase to your current payroll budget. Then the 1.5% model, you can see here on the next slide. This cost model is for a total of $851,082. So we're looking at a 2% increase between the 2%, which was a 2.4% total pay increase, and this 1.5%, which is a 2% increase to your current payroll budget. That is it as far as my presentation. If you have questions, I'd be more than happy to answer any questions that you may have.
All right, thank you, Luz.
Thank you.
We'll go ahead and start with, call everybody on all board members. I'll start with Ms. Brigham.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. Luz, I do have a question for you.
Yes.
You have the total of $1,018,476. Okay, then we would have to add any of those recommendations onto that. Is that correct, or just only recommendation? And recommendation 7 is.
Yeah. Yes, Ms. Brigham, you would, so the $1 million, the $1.18 million cost for the 2% is just the pay increase. If you wanted to increase the math and science stipend, that was an additional $62,000 for that.
Okay, so that $1,018,000, that
Yes.
includes recommendation 4, recommendation 5, and recommendation 7. Is that correct?
I am, it does, yes, except for recommendation 7, because
Okay.
we don't know the count of your substitute teachers.
Okay, yeah, I understand that. Okay, so mainly with that said, it's the $1,018,000 plus the 62,000 for the secondary math and science stipend raising.
Correct.
Okay, so that means it brings it to $1,080,476.
Yes.
Okay. I'm just, okay, so that was the question I had. And then, so that was the question I had, and to the school board, Mr. Coronado,
Yes.
and to the administration. I know, I know we're in very uncharted waters. However, I think our next school year is going to be one that we don't even know what it's going to project yet. We have no idea what's going to happen. And, you know, I know that the stress level is going to increase at every employee level here in the district. It's just because it's the nature of what we're in the middle of. So I think we have been working on with TASB on this structure for years and years and years. We are so competitive now that I'd like to see us stay as competitive. And one thing that you had mentioned, Mr. Chair, at the beginning of the, earlier in some other agenda item, and one thing that I know that we have a $900,000 overage, for the lack of a better word, in our insurance, you know, with self-insured account that we can take. I think it's well worth paying forward to give a 2% raise to everybody in these categories, including every recommendation that they made here. I'm glad to see robotics in there. I'm glad to see secondary master teachers in there. You know, these teachers are going to be, we're going to ask them to do things that we've never asked them to do before. And I think they're worth it. And I really know what I'm asking for. And I know that it's difficult, but we've been spending money, and, you know, I have had to swallow it, you know, because the administration said, you know, it's good for planning, it's good to lay the foundation, and I get it. And what I'm saying is it's good for the kids, it's good for the community, and I recommend that we give them a 2%. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Brigham. Mr. Payan.
Yes, I've got a question for administration. I know the discussion has always been about preparing kids for a higher level math at the early grades, 4th, 5th, 6th.
Good point.
So that when they get up to that level where they're going to take that TSI or other math program, are they getting any kind of improvement as far as like this master's level degree people at the high school? Are we looking at that? That's where I think we need to get the people or the extra teachers.
Good point.
Marty, did you want to take that, or did you want me to take it? So one of the initiatives that we're going to bring for next year, again, in fairness to Luz, this presentation was done before COVID, before this pandemic. So I hear the board saying a lot of different things and polarizing from, hey, we don't know what tomorrow's going to bring. But yes, everyone deserves this. I mean, you just didn't, you wanted to end premium stipend, which was $20,000 today, but now you want to give a 2% raise. So, but to answer your question, Mr. Payan, yes, I mean, one of the things is we're trying to do is bring in, we're going to go to CREED for a proposal to bring in 2 math teachers, really 4. We're going to pay for 2. They're going to pay for 2, and increase our Algebra 1, because one of the, from a board meeting back in the day, in the fall was, especially by Mr. Coronado, was how do we increase our Algebra 1 and our TSI math and reading? And so we do have a plan for that. And we also have the CREED proposal that pays for teachers to get their masters in math, and we want to target. That's why, again, that compensation is really to target teachers so they can go on. So, you know, it's one thing to say, yeah, we have a stipend, but it's another thing to say, well, who's going to pay for it? So now we're trying to eradicate that and say, you know what, we have a process, or through the CREED, thanks to them, to help them pay for their schooling.
Okay. I just want to make sure that we are addressing that issue with the 4th, 5th, 6th grade math. Because every time we ask about that, the kids are not ready to take that advanced algebra test because they haven't been prepared at the lower grades.
Arnie, you want to say something?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, yes, Mr. Payan, we are addressing that. That's one of the things that we're doing with our STAR. It's not the regular STAR test, it's called STAR Math, and it's an assessment that we give every year that shows algebraic readiness. And that's how we're building that pipeline. So that way, those kids that show that algebraic readiness are going into a more rigorous curriculum. So they're ready then at 8th grade. So they'll start that coming in, and we're seeing that increase of numbers. And that's why we're going to go to Creed, because we're seeing an increase in students that are coming out better prepared to attack that Algebra 1 class at 8th grade, which is a gatekeeper for many students going on to college. So yes, we are doing that.
All right, thank you, Marnie. Mr. Payan, any other questions?
No, sir.
All right, thank you. All right, let's move on to Ms. Iglesias. Mary, your voice isn't on.
No questions right now. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Mary.
Okay, then we'll move on to, who's next? Mr. Rodriguez? We don't hear you, Mr. Rodriguez.
I was on mute too. Okay. Thank you, Luz. The concern I had, I know we were talking about, you mentioned the 93% on the IT technicians. And I think that's more of a skill than it is more of a age variance. And so I would like to see that closing that gap to at least 95%. Have we, like we've looked at the other, how can we do that?
Good point.
Luz, we can't, you're going in and out, Luz.
Can you hear me now?
That's better.
Okay, awesome. So a way to address that would be to provide a stronger targeted adjustment for that group rather than just the 1% additional adjustment for those that are below 95%. So so that they get you know, the adjustment that's either going to take them to 95% of market, or at least get them to no less than, you know, let's say 94%. So, I mean,
what would the model run? If you're running the model right now, what would it be?
So the model for them would be to get them to 95% of market. They have historically been the group that's been the least competitive to the market, because the market changes much more faster, and it's definitely a skill set, as you've mentioned. So the cost we're talking about for this group, we're, you know, to give you an estimate of how much that's going to run, I have no idea. I'm certainly that it's not going to be more than an adjustment of $20,000 for the group, but I hate to even mention a cost. It's just the targeted adjustments have been minor for them. If we want to move them closer to 95% of market, then we have to intentionally make the adjustment to 95% of market.
I guess I would look to Dr. Galavis and staff. Would you want to look at that this year? Can we adjust it to that, or do you want to? Dr. G?
Go ahead, ask your question.
The question is, would administration be okay with recommending the adjustment from to to do those equity adjustments that would need to be needed to make that market up to 95%.
Yeah, yes, but again, given it's a new day with this, I would like to postpone this till May, till we get a little more data on, you know.
Are you wanting to postpone the whole pay scale thing?
Yes, just to give us some more time to.
Okay, so then we're not gonna, your recommendation is to come back right now.
Yes,
Let's
to come back. But I agree with you that we should look at that IT and move them up.
Okay, then that's
But if we
perfect,
do
because it
that,
gives us some
then
time.
if we do that, then you may have to lower the pay raise. But again, I just, again, this presentation was based before COVID. So now with COVID and looking at a lot of other factors, we probably just give us more time.
I'm just saying, I mean, we're adding 1-to-1 and then we're keeping them below market. I think they're gonna get so I would like to look at that when you're looking at the next recommendation. And the other question that I had in regards to, there was some stuff that we were looking at 95%, Ms. Cadena, and I'm sure you know what I'm talking about in regards to Dr. Galavisa's cabinet and staff. Have we addressed that to make sure there's?
Yes, those adjustments have continued to make sure that we have that cabinet group no less than at 95% of the market.
Okay. And I guess as we continue, I like the fact that we're actually adding to those needed teachers with that 1,000 increase as we start getting, we already have high quality teachers, but as we start growing that and rewarding those within the math and science, like Mr. Payan had talked about, I think we need to continue that route, especially if they're dual credit certified, because
I do too.
that's where we look at infusing the early college at the high school. And like Miss Marnie Rocha talked about, is that we're seeing within that quality of teacher, you're actually seeing quality of instruction, which is probably producing the quality of students to help address that achievement gap between our students and other students. So I think overall the district is continuing to move in the right direction, especially when it comes to giving our employees what they deserve. So.
All right, thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Let's move on to who's next? Mary?
Yeah, Mary.
Already did? Sal, okay, Ms. Searles. Okay, let's go to Blanca.
I just have a question for.
I was on mute. I'm sorry. Go ahead, though, Blanca.
Okay, well, let's let Blanca go.
Yes, let her go.
Okay.
Sure.
I just got a question for Ms. Lucia. We're talking and considering 2 math teachers, Algebra 1. Is this for both campuses or is it to high school? How is this going to work, ma'am?
So the math teachers are for both AMS and CMS, since we've been really successful with that half teacher that we shared. So the data is, go ahead, Ms. Rocha.
Which campus exactly? Thank you.
For AMS and CMS. So it'd be 2 teachers at AMS and 2 teachers at CMS.
Okay. Would you like to add something else, Ms. Rocha? Yes, madam, I guess, right?
I don't see Marnie on.
I see. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Calavis.
All right, thank you, Blanca. Ms. Searles.
Yes, I'd like to know from Ms. Crosco. Ms. Crosco, are we going to have any PES this year?
We're pretty flush when it comes to, we're pretty flush where it comes to the elementary campuses right now. We are looking at visiting with our secondary campuses on Thursday, but it looks like, you know, that we may just be pretty flush with staff. I mean, we may need to add a few positions, but of course, those are things that, you know, depending on our budget and depending on new programs or something that's being developed by the secondary campuses, we're going to take a look at that. You know, right now we did have some excess staff at the elementaries that we were able to move around. So we're going to try to do our very best to accommodate our needs with our current staff.
Okay. And do you have a guess maybe or an estimate of what we have financially in lab salaries?
That would be a question for Ms. Piekarski.
Okay.
In lab salaries for this year?
Mm-hmm.
It's in your financial report. I'll have to pull a copy of it.
I'm sorry, I must
give
have
you that
missed
number,
it.
but it's off to the right-hand side. We've been focused on function 11, which has approximately 400,000.
Okay.
I believe the
And
total is
that's
closer
close
to $1
enough.
million.
Yeah, that there's some money in there. It's not empty. And then you know, I'd like to comment too, and Ms. Brigham, I don't mean to go against what you said about the health fund, but you were on that committee for like 1,000 years.
Uh-huh. The only way you get off it is to die or retire.
Exactly. And I sure hate to see us touch that because X amount of us, and you were here, you weren't on the board, but you were here. We all remember just a few years ago, we had to take $1 million. We took this huge step of faith. We took $1 million out of our general fund so that we could support our health fund. And we knew that it's cyclical and that people seem to get sick or have babies or whatever they're going to have all at the same time, and it draws it down. Well, we've had a couple of healthy years in here and we've built it up. I hate to see us touch that. I think that we can probably, I agree with your thought process on giving everybody as best a reward as we can, as big a raise as we can. But I don't think we ought to pirate the health fund. For whatever that.
I would be fine with that.
Okay, that's just my opinion. I don't think that would be correct because we'd end up having to rob Peter to pay Paul somewhere else down the line. So I am good. Honestly, I feel very happy with what's being presented in Model 1. And maybe that means that next year, you know, it's only a 0.5% raise. We've actually had years go by where we didn't even have a raise. But we do have money right now to do what we need to do. We may not have it next year. We may not have it in 6 months. But I would like to see our employees, well, they've done an amazing job. We've got A+ back-to-back years. How do we hobble them and cripple them into, oh, sorry, you did a really good job, but you're not getting anything. I think this is as significant a thing as we'll do all year long, is reward those who have fed our children. And I don't mean just, you know, a meal. I mean, they're instructional. So that's where I stand.
All right.
But I'm
Thank you,
happy
Ms.
to
Searles.
do what the board wants.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Searles. Anybody else?
Board President, I would like to make a motion.
Okay. Can you hold on to that, Blanca?
Yes, sure.
With respect to these issues, I'm all for the proposal on Model 1 to increase the salaries. I think before we do a motion to approve this, I think we need to wait till we have a little more information about the state resources for our district. Luz, on that question, do you have any insight as to what's going on? Because our property values have been frozen. We didn't know this prior to you making this proposal when we met. What was it, in January, right?
That's right.
So this was all in the projections that we were going to have property tax values go up, but they're going to stay frozen for this year. is the state gonna make up the shortage?
No.
I think that's the question of the year, right? I know that there's been more of a cautionary, I think, moving forward communication because of the reduced sales tax monies coming in and the oil and gas. So while we understood that the funding would continue, this is nothing that had been planned or even I think envisioned when all of this was being put together. So I don't have the answer to that. I do know that districts are beginning to take a more conservative approach and try to at least know that they're going to have the revenues and then certainly as far as the general pay increases, continuing on with more conservative and modest pay increases. Keep in mind that I think for districts, because this is the second year of the biennium, the money's there, right? It's the next legislative session, and we don't know what that legislative session is going to bring.
True.
All right. Well, but the money's there because there was a projection for the budget for this year, and we're gonna have a shortfall in the budget at the state level. Isn't that right?
That's the word that's been out there.
So,
Mr. Coronado.
Ms. Carrasco.
And so I just wanted to say, of course, all of this planning and information that was provided back in January, and now this is the culmination, of what we've done, of the work that we've done to, offer the 2% general pay increase, which is in line with what Dr. Galaviz had requested for us to do. And obviously, if, given the situation, I'm hearing that, this item on the agenda today was for discussion and approval. And if you all feel comfortable to go ahead and postpone this for another, for next board meeting, and maybe by then we've got some more information as far as the revenues and the budget. And, then at that point, this information could be, I guess, easier digested and to see if it's feasible for us to move forward with this proposal.
All right, thank you, Martha. So, yeah, next month would be basically our last chance to do that in order to be able to implement the budget beginning July 1, right?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, so on that note, Dr. Galaviz, are you okay with us postponing this decision? I think it's pretty much clear that the board wants to give this raise to our employees and the adjustments that are recommended. But I would like to have a little more information on the budget and how the shortfalls are going to fall for this coming year.
No, I agree. Even last year when we went out and did a 2%, and then we learned more about what the legislative was going to do, we came back and added another 2%.
Right.
And so I've given post COVID-19 gives us more time to ask our legislative what is the plan, especially the Commissioner Morath and Governor Abbott.
Okay. And I think we might have some more information here pretty soon within the next 2-3 weeks. So I'm hoping that the picture becomes a little clearer obviously, next school year, once winter comes around, we may have another whammy hit us that.
Oh, God.
But
Ugh.
it's
It
probably gonna,
also gives us time to fill out what are the other ISD districts
yeah,
thinking of doing and how conservative they want to be
that's
or
true.
not be.
El Paso was looking at no negative impact in their budget for this year.
Okay. Yeah, we might want to feel out the other districts and see what's going on, and then maybe Luz can give us a little more insight. You're up in Austin, Luz. You're in
Yeah.
where the action's at.
Mr. Chair,
In the middle of it, yes.
Ms.
Mr.
Searles.
Chair, yes, I have two questions. Number one, Luz, do you have any idea what Socorro's going to do this year?
No, they're in their, Ms. Searles, they are in their kind of early discussion. They were given a general pay increase model, which is very comparable to the ones that were provided to you.
Okay.
And not any higher than that.
Okay. And my other question was, Ms. Trout she wanted to make a motion of something and we didn't hear her out.
Yeah, I would like to make a motion with the 2% for the employees module 1. That's my motion.
I'll
And I would-
second it.
Thank you.
All right, we have a motion and a second before the board. Do we have any other further discussion on this item?
Would you entertain another motion?
Excuse me?
Would you entertain another motion?
Sure, Mr. Payan, you wanted to amend the motion?
Well, I'd like to see if we could.
We've got a
table-
motion on the floor.
Wait,
Hold on, Ms. Searles.
Okay, but we do have a motion on the floor. It can't be amended.
yes.
I
it can.
understand that. Well, yes, this motion could be amended. I'm just asking with Mr. Payan what type of motion he's wanting to make.
If we could table this item for the next month meeting.
I'll second
Okay,
that.
and that's proper discussion on the item, even though we have a motion and a second. So we have comment from a few board members to postpone this item till May. And then we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion from the board? All right, hearing none, then let's poll the board on the motion.
Board President, can you please repeat your motion?
No, I don't have a motion. It's your motion and it was second.
My motion, that's where we're going to vote on?
Yes.
Yes,
Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that.
all right.
Ms. Brigham,
Yes.
Mr. Coronado,
No, I vote we delay it to next month.
Mr. Payan,
No.
Mr. Rodriguez,
No,
Mrs. Trout,
Yes.
Mrs. Searles,
Yes.
and Mrs. Iglesias.
No.
Motion fails.
All right, I'll entertain a motion at this time to table this and postpone.
I move to
motion the next-
postpone this agenda item until our next meeting.
Second.
Second that motion.
All right, we have a motion and a second on this agenda item to table the item for the next board meeting. Any discussion? All right, hearing none, let's pull the board.
Ms. Brigham,
Yes.
Mr. Coronado,
Yes,
Mr. Payan,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez,
excuse me. Yes, allergies are getting.
Mrs. Trout,
Yes.
Mrs. Searles,
Yes.
and Mrs. Iglesias.
Yes.
Motion passes.
all right.
Item B.
Thank you,
Discussion-
Luz.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Appreciate it.
Bye, Luz.
Bye-bye.
Item B, discussion of possible action regarding stipend changes.
Move. Mr. Coronado,
Yes,
I would like to table this motion, this item for next month also, since it has to do with our salary increases.
I so moved.
okay. I agree with that.
Second.
Do I hear a motion from the board?
Yeah, I moved in South.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Okay, Mr. Rodriguez, motion and Mr.
Second.
Payan, second. Any discussion on the item?
Mm-mm.
Hearing none. Sonia?
Ms. Brigham,
Yes.
Mr. Coronado,
Yes.
Mr. Payan,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mrs. Trout,
Yes.
Mrs. Searles,
Yes.
Mrs. Iglesias.
Yes.
Motion passes. Item will be tabled to next board meeting. Number
All
4,
right.
presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Martha.
A, 2020 graduation presentations for Northwest Early College High School and Canutillo High School.
All right. Administration.
Yep, we have Miss Ariano. Miss Ariano, you there?
Sariano?
You awake?
I'm really glad we're doing this in the daytime and not at night.
Yes.
I'm here. I think they gave me access. Can you hear me?
Yes,
I'd
ma'am.
love to meet you.
Hi, everybody.
Hi.
Congratulations on the U.S. News being one of the best high schools in the country.
Thank you.
Hey.
Excellent. Yay.
Thank you. Mr. Board President, board members, Dr. Galaviz, thank you for your time. I hope everybody's safe. It's nice to see everybody safe and healthy, and I hope your families are as well. Just an update on the senior year of class of 2020 here at Northwest. If you go next. This year we have a total of 65 seniors. Here are some demographics: the female, male, at risk. Just the demographics of this graduating class. And if there's no other question, anything about our demographics, I'm going to move on.
I do have a
I have one.
Yes.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Ms. Brigham.
Yes, thank you so much. And thank you, Ms. Ariano. On page 118, the Griffin class of 2020, hon, what I was just, the at-risk is very low, compared to the rest of the district. But what was really low is the home language other than English. I'm just hoping that we can see more recruitment for our ELL kids, maybe starting at Davenport and CE. That's my only comment. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. I agree. And with the blueprint changing, I think you're seeing it now with this current 9th grade class and then our incoming freshman class.
Thank you so much. I think because I want to see our community represented at Northwest Early College. Thank you.
Absolutely. Moving on to slide 3.
I have a question.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, thank you, sir. In this page 118 in the blueprint at risk, we said 15%, which is low anyways. I would like to know, what are we doing in this campus in order to help these students at risk?
So we do have support for all of our students. We have several intervention classes that, based on the data that we see, every 3 weeks, the administration meets with the teachers and we look at the at-risk population, and we place them in classes that will help whatever deficit they're having, whether it's math or reading. And it's like an individual one-on-one intervention class for each one. So we're constantly monitoring, and then every student is in the college prep class. That's also an opportunity for them to receive extra support.
And actually they have it figured that by online, or what are we doing?
Currently it's online, but in the campus it's an actual class. And then we do have our academic tutors that we're supporting them both in the, we have an ALPAC tutor, and then we have just academic tutors. We had 3 and lost 2 because they moved on to graduate in December, but we still currently have 1. And then our teachers offer morning tutoring, lunch tutoring, after school tutoring, and EPCC as well has support for our students.
Very good. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any more questions?
Yes,
Mr.
this is
Payano.
Al Payano. Ms. Arellano,
Yes, sir.
explain home language other than English. What does that mean?
So at the beginning of every, we don't only, it's not only Spanish. We have students that speak, I believe, other languages. And I failed to introduce my teammates who are also on the line, Ms. Baird, Ms. Harrison, and Ms. Balai. So please feel free to chime in, ladies. But the home language other than English, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Harrison, it's our Spanish speaking as well as other languages.
Right. Thank you, Ms. Arellano. Hello, board members, Dr. Galaviz. So when we look at that home language other than English, it's any of our parents who list a different language as their preferred mode of communication. It's not representative of our ELL population, but it's primarily focusing on the parents that ask us to communicate with them for, say, in Spanish, if that makes sense.
Okay, so you're telling me that only 5% of the 65 kids.
5% of their parents request that all communication be in a different language.
That's still low.
And for some of it, it kind of ebbs and flows with our each grade level, each class level. And so we just happen to have this year, we have a lot less in our senior class.
Okay.
It's higher at our lower grade levels right now.
Yeah, that's
And
what
the
I was
same-
thinking, because, you know, if you look at Childress and Davenport, you would
Right.
think that would be way higher than that.
It should be.
And with what we were talking about earlier with our at-risk population, so it's important to know that many of our students enter our campus at 9th grade and they are considered at risk under one of the 14 indicators. Many of them are considered at risk because they've either not passed or not performed, you know, they've not performed successfully on a state exam. But I think our percentage goes lower as they get older, simply because we've taught them and we've enabled them to exit their at-risk rating.
So we also want to remind the board, we did do an executive summary, and most of our kids do come from DDE and CES. So, you know,
They come
so
from
I
where?
mean, from Davenport and Canutillo Elementary. So we can submit that report, but we did do a report because that was one of your
But the
questions.
last report I got, there was a lower percentage of kids from Davenport and Childress than from Reyes and Damian. If I'm not mistaken, that's why I've been pushing to get some of these kids from Childress and Davenport recruited to the to
I
this.
agree. If I don't know if I'm on, am I on?
You're on.
Yes, Marty.
Okay. Hi.
Oh,
Yes, we did an executive summary when we had a lot of questions about the early college high school, because you wanted us to go further than just looking at AMS and CMS. You wanted to go to the feeder schools. And I don't have the report in front of me, but we did have a larger amount. I think people were concerned that it was mainly kids coming from RES and JDE, and we didn't find that. We found that most of the kids were coming from CES, and I believe it was DDE. I don't have the summary in front of me, but I can look at it and resend it, because I think that's a valid thing to talk about. But I do know that we do have kids that are coming from those schools and not just from Reyes or JDE, because I know that was a concern for the board. So I just wanted to say that to you all. And I will send that if we have a packet next week. I will put that report in from what we had last year or what we did last semester.
Thank you.
Marty.
Sure.
All right. Any more questions, Sal?
No.
All right. Mr. Rodriguez?
Just in regards to, I'll wait till the presentation's over. I just wanted to add to so what we're actually seeing is, what would be kind of neat to look at is what they're entering as a freshman and then what they're becoming as a senior.
Exactly.
And how those kids are exiting because they're able to compete at the level we need them to.
Exactly.
All right.
Go ahead, Mr. Chair. That's all I
All
have.
right. Ms. Arellano.
Okay, thank you. Moving on. ACT and PSAT performance, as you can see here, our students score, average score was 22 on the ACT and 1,069 on the PSAT. We did get a National Merit Commended, Garrison Wetton, and 2 National Hispanic Scholars, Alondra Baquier and Antonio Flores. How do we compare to the rest of the region? In the ACT, in comparison to the county, 16.5%. 16.5 was the average score. Compared to the state of Texas, 20.6 is the ACT average score. And then for the PSAT score for the district average was 910. And then the PSAT Texas average was 963.
Congratulations.
We're well above that.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank
Thank
you
you.
so much.
Thank you. Moving on. This slide shows admission, the early admission program to UTEP, and these are our seniors who have already obtained their associate's degree before their senior year. Some of them, attend UTEP in the fall and then in the spring. But you can see this year's class, 27 are enrolled currently at the early admissions program for UTEP. And that's just a comparison for the previous years. So any questions?
Yes, Ms. Arellano, Board President, I have a
Ms.
question.
Stroud.
Yes, what is the difference, why is the difference, Ms. Arellano, from 2019, we had 61, in 2020, 27?
So it depends on the class size also. If you look in 2019, our senior class was 88. And there 61 of those 88. It depends on the program. The way it was set up every year changes. So one year we may have offered an opportunity for them to take more courses towards their graduation degree. We had 8 periods, 10 periods. I know they've had 11 periods now. So students have an opportunity to accelerate a little bit faster. So, this year, and you're going to see that's what happens. And I see twofold on that. And that's why we're trying to offer more certification opportunities because there's no rush. And so they have 4 years to complete their associate's degree. So we want to give them other opportunities and other certifications that they can attain and not have to go to UTEP. Also, once they start UTEP, more than likely that's where they finish. And so we're really having the conversations now that we have our college career readiness coordinator, Ms. Baird, about all the different opportunities that they can go to different universities and outside of just UTEP. So we're really working on giving them more opportunities and more choices and more options. So to answer your question, I hope I answered your question. It's just depending on the program that they followed and then how many were successful. In 2017, the class size was, in 2018, the class size was 79. And so that was 57% of the students went to UTEP. So it ranges.
What was the class size in 2019 again?
It was 88. And so that was 69% went to UTEP their senior year.
May I chime in, Ms. Arellano? This is Ms. Belay.
Yes, go ahead.
I just wanted to add that I think what we've been trying to do is change our focus a little bit to focus on graduating stronger students. And so I have pushed for students to slow down a little bit so that they can work on a better GPA, which in the end would benefit them more as far as college entrance and scholarships.
scholarships.
Good job.
Very good.
Point. Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you, Ms. Arellano. Thank you, Ms. Belli.
You're welcome. Next slide. So on this, are we meeting our goals? And this gives you a little bit further senior data on this current class. How many of our 65 seniors have never taken a college course? All of them have. So we're really proud of that. We've maintained that status and getting them successful in the TSI to be able to take the college courses. And then we break it down by college credits. So you can see that all 65 have earned between 16 and 30 credits. And then a little bit over the 31 to 45, and then 59 will be receiving their associate's degree. So that'll put them at 90%. The 6 that are not earning their associate's degree this year, they came very close. 5 of them have over 50 credits. So they're 1 or 2 classes short. And then we just had one that struggled a little bit, and she's at 31 credits. But however, we're really proud of her because she finally, she did pass the math TSI this year. So she's going to leave us college ready.
Good.
And then we did a comparison to the other years. Any questions? Okay, next. This slide, as of April 15th, you can see these are our numbers. In our class currently, 2020 has already surpassed the amount of scholarships that we have earned in the past 5 years. So we're at 4.4 million right now and counting. And you know, Ms. Balai and Ms. Baird have worked. Ms. Baird has worked extremely hard on providing those opportunities and getting the students to get their applications in. The Applied Texas completion rate, 100%. Our FAFSA completion rate, 97%. ACT participation was 98. Unfortunately, our last student was scheduled for April, but because of the pandemic, that has been canceled, or we would be in 100% participation. And then seniors who applied for at least 1 or more scholarships was 65%.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Payan.
Ms. Arellano, can you go back to that early college high school cohort? That one. Are you there?
Yes.
You started out the year with 92 freshmen. I mean, not this class, 92 students started out.
Mm-hmm.
And then I guess 4 moved out of state, and 9 out of 10 9 out of district transferred back to the homeschool. But 14 moved to CHS. Is there any specific, I guess it's a generalized question. Do you, what would be the prevalent reason for them moving back to CHS? Just couldn't handle them?
Right. So it is a very rigorous program, Mr. Payan, and we do have several conversations with them before that actually occurs. Our dean of students, our counselor, myself, we have individual meetings with them. We have a contract in place where we want them to give the program at least a semester. But the reasons are always different. As long as I have been here this year, athletics is one of the reasons that they leave. And for the most part, just it is struggling for them. Some of them, you know, just want to choose to go back or to leave the program.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I had a question also, please.
Ms. Searles.
Yes, I was wondering, Ms. Arellano, on your scholarships, the scholarship money earned, you've got or 4.3 and counting, do you count the discount, so to speak, that we get from New Mexico State into that, or is that a straight up number?
Ms. Baird?
Hi, everyone. This is Robbie Baird. Nice to see everyone or hear you. Yes, we do. We count any monies that they received. Some of the monies like Pell Grants or Pay Dirt Pete grants, some of the grants are only counted once, but any of the money that they get is an out-of-state discount for NMSU or UNM are considered scholarships. NMSU also has a one-year sort of grant for students, but most of our students qualify for that 135-mile discount. And we do count that as part of the scholarship money.
Thank you very much. That was all.
Thank you, Ms. Rose. Ms. Ariano?
Okay, I'm sorry. I think I did skip that cohort page. So moving on. This is the one I was referring to as far as the college credit.
Okay.
I'm looking at two screens. So here's the information as far as the scholarship, not the scholarship, the meeting our goals. And again, 90% of our senior cohort will receive their associate's degree. And again, the 6 that did not, 5 of them had over 50 credits.
Good.
And one, Sophia, she did really well and passed her TSI.
Good.
Next. This is our scholarship, and I think I already went over that. Any questions?
No.
I have
Okay.
a question. I think I'll wait for the.
Yeah. And so next slide, where are our students going as of right now? And it has changed since we submitted this on April 20th. So the current numbers are actually UTEP, 35 students will be attending UTEP, 10 students will be attending NMSU, 2 students will be at St. Mary's, 2 are going to UNM, 4 are other, and 12 are undecided. I can tell you that I feel that the COVID-19 has unfortunately influenced a lot of these decisions. Some universities going online in the fall or really not knowing what they're going to do, and students just deciding maybe to stay based on what's happening.
Yeah.
Okay, next. Here are our ceremony details. We have postponed the actual graduation ceremony to July 23rd at 10 a.m. However, on May 27th, we will be broadcasting a virtual ceremony that will be aired on our Facebook, our Instagram, or YouTube rather, and our district webpage. It'll be a pre-recorded ceremony, and then we will broadcast it and leave it up for our students and families to enjoy. Any questions on that? Next. Any other events, of course, to be determined based on the district decision, if we will be allowed to have any future events. EPCC has canceled our graduation dinners, and EPCC has postponed their graduations. However, we're not sure when those will take place.
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Mr. Earls.
The virtual broadcast, will the board be part of that?
So we're still in the planning stages, but definitely I know that we are meeting every week right now. We actually have a meeting at 4:30. We do have in the agenda to have the board president speak, and then our board members and our teachers maybe do some sort of Zoom meeting where everybody can wave or just say hi in their graduation gowns.
But it's in the
Yeah.
planning process is what I'm hearing.
But
You
it's in
don't
the
really have an
planning,
answer.
yes, ma'am,
Okay.
right.
But it looks like on July the 23rd, that would be the date that we could put on our calendars to look forward to
Correct.
being there. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. That's all.
You're welcome. Mr. Rodriguez, did we answer all your questions?
What I was thinking, just it would be kind of neat. I'm pretty visual, so like for us, like you put the St. Mary's, you put all the other, and then you like do a graduation map. Where's all the kids going to school? You know, that I was just for marketing purposes for y'all. I just seen
That's a
it
good
from other institutions where they've seen like you put all the institutions are going, and then that's like where the class of 2019 headed, the class of 2018. You're able to just show parents, hey, you know, these are the routes they're able to take.
That's a great idea. Thank you.
No problem.
All
Keep
right,
up the good
anybody
work,
else?
you and your team.
Thank you.
Anybody else? All right, thank you, Ms. Arellano.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Stay safe.
Thank you.
All right. So it's the next agenda item.
Now be a presentation from Canutillo High School.
Is Ms. Clapsaddle on?
Yes, sir.
All right. Ms. Clapsaddle, welcome.
Hi, how are y'all?
Good, and you?
I'm good, thank you.
All right, you're on.
Great. Ms. Liza, are you gonna bring up my PowerPoint? Or do you want me to share screen? Okay, there we go. Great, thank you. Okay, so on our class of 2020, we have 369 seniors in this cohort. We do have some seniors from previous cohorts, about 3 or 4 of them. We're hoping we'll finish. And so the number might be a little bit bigger. We have 10 3-year grads this year.
Great.
This group really wanted to finish up. We have actually 40 in our top 10% when we finally got that number finalized. And then performance acknowledgement graduates, we have 180 right now. We have 50 students that we're working with that will be eligible for the IGCs. We currently actually have 48 seniors. We took care of some things with some seniors over the last week and a half that we're still working with, that we're at risk. We're going to have a meeting later today and checking on them. Those kiddos we're calling. We have a senior task force is what I call them. And so we are working with them to get them graduated and pass their classes. And then at our Opportunity Academy, we have 24 that are enrolled. 8 are definitely going to finish by May. And Miss Corral tells me that the other 15, 16 that are left should be done by August.
Wow, good.
Look forward to that. So the Opportunity Academy, I can't say enough about what a great job Janet Corral does over there. She really keeps those kids on track, let me tell you. So
Mr.
next,
Payan, did you have a question, Mr. Payan?
Yes, I'm sorry.
go ahead.
The IGC, what is that?
That is the individual graduation committee. Those are for seniors, sir, who have not passed a STAR test. And because of, normally they would only be allowed to do 2, but because of COVID-19 and their inability to retest, they are going to be doing a project And we've already developed those. We'll be doing those online with the kids and getting those taken care of, and our documentation so that we can show the state that they completed the graduation requirement.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Next, any questions on this slide?
Ms. Trout.
Yes, Ms. Clapsaddle, how are you?
Hi.
At risk, we have 52 students. What are we doing? Are they going to be able to graduate? And what are we doing to remedy this?
So we identified them already since January. Okay, so we have already assigned them to mentors. Their mentors had already been meeting with them prior to spring break. I meet with the counselors sometimes 2 and 3 times a week. We're checking up on those kids. We also meet with our teachers that are running our credit recovery program online weekly, and they give me updates. Ms. Fuentes, my intervention specialist, she calls these kids weekly to make sure that they are doing what they need to do and checking progress. Tomorrow's progress report, progress report grades are due this evening at 11:59 p.m. So as soon as we get that list, we're coming back in tomorrow, Ms. Avila and I, and we'll have reports on our seniors and anyone failing. So we're in constant contact, calling parents, texting. We've done home visits. Where have you been? And yeah. So we're taking this very, very seriously because we want to make sure the kids understand that just because we're doing remote learning, they're still responsible. And but the teachers are very flexible in working with them because we also understand that a lot of our seniors are working. They've been, sent out to the workforce to help families during this time. So, it's just a constant communication, I think is the key, and following up weekly with all 52 of these students.
Definitely. Thank you very much for all you do for students. Thank you, Ms. Clapsaddle. Thank you.
Okay, next. Okay, on scholarships right now, our numbers have come up. We've had some more scholarships come in, but right now we are still pending all of our dual credit. We have 120 students in dual credit. We don't know exactly how many hours they've completed, and so we'll get those numbers at the end. I always update this for you all over the summer. Our military awards are still pending as well, and not gonna lie, we are struggling with kids reporting because it's easier for us to go ahead and call them in as we go along. So we've been reaching out to the kids, and I just spoke with Mr. Conchola, who's our Gateway to College, and he's also going to submit the report of the scholarships that he knows for sure have been received so that we can cross-reference those and make sure we add those to our totals. So I am confident that this number will come up. I don't know that we'll hit our 10 million that we did last year. And for no other reason, again, because the reporting is just very difficult for us right now, but we're doing our very best and we're not giving up. And we're hoping that we will be very, very close to that 10 million, if not surpass it, which is what I'm hoping.
Ooh, good.
Okay, next.
Mr. Coronel.
Oh, sorry.
Mr. Payan.
Yes, Ms. Clapsaddle, I don't know if you're familiar. State Representative Blanco just put out an announcement that the state legislature put out a military scholarship program. I don't know, you might look at that and see if you can get some of these kids to apply for that.
Absolutely, we sure will. Our recruiters are welcome here, and we have them come in and they meet with kids, and we do have a large number of kiddos who have already committed and are going to be joining the military. But again, it's them reporting. And so we got in touch with our ROTC teacher to reach out to all the recruiters to provide us information. And we'll definitely look into that scholarship that you just mentioned as well.
Yeah, it provides a great avenue for these kids to get their four-year college degree.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. So one of the things that we did differently here this year is that we did a school-wide administration of the ACT and the SAT. So this senior class took the PSAT in October of 2018. Then we had them take the SAT last March as juniors. And then they took the ACT this year as seniors. So at minimum, the students will have at these two tests plus the PSAT. So we are really working hard to make sure. I will let you know though, right now, I apologize, but I don't have the averages. I can get those for you though, and of where we're at. We usually hover between 18 and 19. Now we went all the way up to 20, but when you include everybody, I mean, we have some kids, pobrecitos, they got 8s and 10s and 12s on the ACT. So that overall will bring the number down, the total average. But for our accountability, the benefits for it is, one, our kiddos have no excuse right now to say, I can't go to college because I didn't take ACT. I didn't go to college because I don't have ACT. Everybody has 2 scores to take with them. So they can use that to get in. And the other benefit is the participation is also going to be advantageous to our accountability. And it just looks really good for our district as a whole and the high school to say, listen, we're graduating our seniors with not 1, but 2 tests. And we take care of that out of our the budget that you guys give us. And so it's really, I think it will be very beneficial to all the kids, because at this point, there's no excuse. We paid for your test. And we still, of course, encourage them to go take it again if they want. And we have waivers, but at least everybody will take each one of these one time. For our AP test, we do have 340 registered to take the AP test. They are testing online at home, and the universities are going to be accepting those scores for college credit. The curriculum ended March 13th. So our teachers right now have been focusing on prepping, reviewing, and getting our kiddos ready to take those tests. And they'll be taking those the last week of May. So May 18th through the 22nd, they'll be taking their AP tests. Questions on the testing slide? No? Okay, go
Mr. Chair,
ahead.
sorry.
Go ahead. Hey, Mondo.
No, I just think overall that, like you said, the more students we're going to have, of course, we're going to see a drop, but it provides another benchmark as we continue to see the rigor and the high school increase in that area. So I think I've been pushing this for years, and I just think, the biggest, going back to some of my colleagues, which were a lot smarter than me, had better grades, but yeah, didn't take an ACT or didn't take an ACT, or or didn't even submit an application. And it's like, hey, what are you doing? Why aren't you, and it's, oh, I forgot to turn in my app, or I didn't take this test. And so I think the more we're able to close that gap to not have an excuse, the better, and the more kids we're going to see going into that higher level of, whether it's a community college or a university.
Yes,
So
sir.
thank you.
Yes, sir. Absolutely agree. Any more questions? Okay. Liza, go ahead. Next. Thank you. So college application and readiness, total numbers of applied Texas applicants, we've had 380. So all eligible seniors have. Now, again, you'll notice that number is a little different than the 369 because we also had our TOA kids apply. Okay, so we made everybody. So this helps them for UTEP, EPCC, and New Mexico State. You will see a drop in our FAFSA numbers, and you're going to see this just across the region. We just were working with the kids, and then everything kind of stalled and we just kind of stopped. So, but we're still meeting with our seniors. We did hire a new graduation coach, and she and the other counselors have worked together. They set up a Google Classroom. They check in with the seniors 2 and 3 times a week. Like yesterday, I checked in with them, and they were doing a Zoom meeting on EPCC. So they were working with those kiddos who were finishing up those applications. And so they're going to be holding one on FAFSA as well, so that they can help kids and parents if they need the help with that. For TSI, we did have 290 plus that did take the TSI. This is what we are working on right now. As you know, the state has provided waivers to the TSI testing due to COVID-19 and not being able to be in school. So we took 50 seniors right now that we know 50 seniors were just this close to passing TSI. And we're gonna, my testing coordinator, Mr. Maldonado, and our librarian, Ms. Guerra, who's also a proctor, they're going to be doing the online testing. As a matter of fact, I think they did the first 10 kids today to work out the bugs. So we're going to work with those seniors. Now, on the CCMR for the freshmen, sophomores, and juniors, we are identifying kids who meet the criteria that the state have given us that would allow them to go ahead and go into dual credit classes without having taken the TSI. And so we're going to be reaching out to those students and their parents and getting them signed up for dual credit classes for next year. So we may see an increase, and that's okay. And I've also told my curriculum instruction and my counselors, if we can facilitate anything, that's perfect too. I haven't done the budget yet, so I can put money aside for tuition. So we are really going to work very hard to promote and to increase our dual credit numbers. I think we've always done a great job. We offer a lot of classes, but we're really going to take advantage of this opportunity that the state has given to us. And then dual credit, I have 120 seniors right now enrolled in dual credit. And of those, 79 are giving us points for CCMR. The others have given us points somewhere else. So remember, we only get points in one area. So we are very excited about that. And we're hoping with the TSI, these 50 that we're testing, that they'll pass, and that'll help us with our CCMR points as well. Questions on this? No? Okay, great. The next one. Thank you. Here are your IGCs. We've actually, the numbers, we just put 40, but kids are going to take 50 plus tests because you do have doubles and triples, as you can see here. The majority of our kids are taking English 1 and 2. And we are still researching. Actually, we finished up our researching by the time that we, when I sent this in for y'all. And one thing that we did find with the new state, what they gave us the guidance, we are going to be able to combine some of the tests. So if we have a kiddo that has to take an English test and a social studies test, we're doing one project that will count for both so that we do not overwhelm the kids and we can get it done. And I can tell you the English and the social studies one is going to be around voting. And voting rights, the history of women's suffrage and voting rights for minorities. And we have some readings, guided questions that we're going to give them, and then a guided essay that they'll do. So hopefully it'll be interesting to them, as well as give them some knowledge. And so they understand the importance of graduating, being 18 and being able to vote.
And you'll remind them it's the voting year, right?
Absolutely. And so that they need to have a voice in the democracy as well.
Yeah, locally and nationally.
Yes, ma'am. So that's kind of why we went with that theme on that. The biology will be centered around biology, and then math. That project is being finished up. So if you need information on that, feel free to let me know, and we'll be more than happy to share what our projects are going to be for that. Any questions on the individual graduation plans that we have here for these kiddos so they can graduate? Okay, great. Next. Okay, so do we just want to let you know what our counselors are doing besides sunbathing? No, I'm kidding. I am joking. They are working so hard. Pobrecitas. I'm going to have to take them to lunch after all this. So we have our Google Classroom, as I mentioned, set up for seniors with scholarships, FAFSA, admissions. And again, they're holding sometimes 2 and 3 meetings a week to meet with our seniors. Emotionally, of course, they're providing emotional support. So we're working with them, working with, of course, support services. Our parent liaison, Miss Solis, is just doing a phenomenal job. And she helps us and gives us a heads up so we can reach out to kids as well. Miss Avila and I have done home visits where we feel that that's necessary, safely, of course. And we've, just been helping any way that we can. We are doing virtual senior college and career Fridays. So face-to-face by Alpha with with the seniors, questions and answers, guiding them again through college pending paperwork and scholarships and things like that. Support services through the counselors to identify and schedule meetings as needed. And then, of course, our counselors are using Remind apps, Facebook, Twitter, emails, texts, phone calls, letters, smoke signals, for goodness sakes, any way we can to get to our kids. And I just, so y'all know, just kind of on a side note, of our 1,532 students, there's only 4 we can account for. We have done home visits. We have done everything. We don't know. We think they might be in Mexico and we just haven't been able to find them. But I just wanted y'all to know that the CISD team took this very, very seriously, making sure that their education continued.
Good job, Ms. Clapsaddle.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good job.
Okay, go ahead to the next one. Okay, so our senior plans. We are working with our students to make sure principal plans, of course, remember, our kiddos who have to do makeup hours because they've lost credit. And I tend to be a huge stickler for this, especially after all that stuff that came out with Socorro right before we went on break, where, so we do hour for hour, minute for minute. So we have a great system in place. Miss Avila oversees that, and she does an outstanding job. Our senior task force, there are members there that you can see. And just on celebrating our seniors, we are working on some options for them prior to July 23rd. On the virtual type graduation, looking at that Gulfport one that Mr. Rodriguez shared. So the boss and I have some meetings, and I'm sure once we get a final, we'll let y'all know exactly what's going on. I did order some things for the students that we're going to be sharing, and we are going to do, we can't do senior breakfast, so on their senior week, we're going to do senior lunch for them. And we're going to be doing that here at the school, drive-by, no contact, but to get them cleared and lunch kind of at the same time. So we'll be working on that. And we're very excited to do something for our seniors.
Sure.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Liza, move up.
I have a question. I didn't understand what was, you said Mr. Rodriguez shared something. I didn't understand what that was.
Gulfport, Mississippi had put out a graduation plan that they were using to help celebrate seniors.
Oh, okay.
Right. So I shared that and had a meeting with Dr. Galavis, and but we need to have some more meetings, and then we'll, I'm sure he'll share that with y'all.
Mr. Rodriguez or Dr. Galavis?
Dr. Galavis, ma'am.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Sorry,
Yes,
I didn't know anything about
no,
it. Thank
it's
you.
okay. Sorry. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead, Liza. I'm gonna move up just a little. No, is that it? Is that the last one?
That's it. That's all I got.
Okay, that's the last one. All right. So we did deliver. We were able to deliver caps and gowns to kiddos whose information was complete and correct. I do have about 60 gowns sitting here at the front, and I have a list. So we're going to send an email so that kiddos can come by and pick those up. And so we're letting them know when to come by, when to pick them up, that they have to wear a mask, those things. And if any parent or anybody who's watching, if your kiddo is in the top 10%, those are not here yet. Those are the white gowns. We're going to be handing those out in about another week and a half. We're hoping that they'll get here Friday, if not Friday next week. and those will be delivered. And the other ones that are here, again, having them come up and pick up. I'm here in the front by myself, and then my AP, Miss Avila's in the back. So, and we're still handing out laptops, guys. I handed out 4 today. So I still have some, not a lot, but we're trying to meet the needs of the community and what they need to make sure that the virtual learning is going well. We've handed out over 700 laptops at the high school.
I have a question, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Brigham.
Hello, Ms. Clapsaddle. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you, Ms. Brigham.
Out of the laptops, do you have any seniors, hon, that haven't picked up a laptop?
We have some, yes, ma'am, but because they either had the device at home.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
But, right. Okay. But I guess it's a better question. Do you have any seniors that haven't picked up a laptop that haven't been able to, that aren't doing online learning?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am. And we've accounted for all our seniors. Our 4 kiddos are underclassmen, 1 junior, 1 sophomore, and 2 freshmen.
Excellent job. Excellent.
All of our seniors have been contacted in one way or the other.
Okay, good. Thank you. That's what my question was. Thank you, dear.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Anybody else? Ms. Clapsaddle, do you have a projected graduation rate?
Projected right now, sir, we are sitting right now at 93% based on where we're at. Because of those 52, we are always, actually last year, I think we had 60, 65 when I made this presentation, and we ended up, I think, with 18 that we had to push through to summer. So we're right now between 92 and 93%, and I'm confident we'll be between 94 and 95% for the May, and then whatever we capture again in the summer, because we turn those final numbers submissions in on Snapshot in September. So we have till August 31st to get them all done in cohort.
All right. Anybody else?
No, thank you.
Question, just a little question.
Ms. Sprout.
Yes, Ms. Clapsaddle, do we have more or less the number of students that they will join at armed forces?
I'm sorry, you broke up just a little bit. Do we more or less have a number?
Yeah, the number of students they would join in the armed forces.
No, ma'am, we do not. That was one piece of information that we had already reached out to Gunny and Commander, and I can make sure that I provide that information to Ms. Rocha and to Dr. Galaviz so they can provide that to you for the next board meeting.
Okay, good. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Yes, ma'am.
All right. Anybody else?
No, sir.
All right. Ms. Clapsaddle, thank you very much. Good job.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you. Good to see you.
You're so slim. You look beautiful.
Oh, thank you. I've been dieting.
I could see. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you all. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you. All right. Next agenda item, Sonia.
Item number 5, consent agenda. Administration recommends approval as presented.
I move to approve.
I second.
All right. We have a motion and second from several board members.
Okay.
Who was the
I don't know
second?
who it was first, but
Blanca.
Thank you.
all right.
Ms. Brigham,
Yes.
Mr. Coronado,
Yes.
Mr. Payan,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mrs. Trout,
Yes.
Mrs. Searles,
Yes.
and Mrs. Iglesias.
Yes.
Motion passes. Item number 6, the time is 3:50. The meeting is to be closed under Texas Government Code Section 551.071, 551.072, and 551.074. A, discussion regarding the recommendation of administration to terminate the probationary contract at the end of the contract period of SA, a teacher at Reyes Elementary, for reasons that will serve the best interest of the district. Board, please mute yourselves and turn off your cameras and all that good stuff, and please call in.
And Sonia, do I just stay what I'm doing?
No, ma'am, you'll actually have to call in another number, Lori.
So
You have the,
Sonia, it's not going to be by Zoom, so I need to dial.
No.
Correct.
Just stay
Okay.
where I am now.
Thank you.
If you all don't mind, can I call you individually? We sent you instructions, but I don't want to give that number on this live feed.
Can you call me, Sonia, please?
Absolutely.
Yes, Sonia, I did not get that. I'm so sorry. I didn't, I just thought I was staying right here. Okay, so I hang this up and wait for you to call me?
Well,
Yeah.
well, we'll probably have to
You
come
can
back.
mute it, hold it.
The best thing to do is if you're on Zoom, mute it and put the video, stop the video. If you want, if you have another phone, Lori, because we're still gonna have to come back here for voting.
Okay, I do have another phone,
Yeah, just call from that phone into.
but do I leave this one open?
Yeah, just leave it
As long
open
as you
and
mute
put it on mute.
Put it on mute? Okay.
This-
Okay, so put this one on mute, and then Sonia's gonna call me on the other phone?
Yes.
Okay,
Well, that
Sonia,
one-
it's my fax, the 2210 number.
Okay, I'll call you
Okay.
right now.
Okay, I'm putting this on mute.
Miss
So-
Blanca, you also need that number?
Yeah, I want you to call me, please, Sonia.
Okay, so,
Or-
okay, yes. Let me just get off this live feed if y'all don't mind.
Okay.
Sergio, put your stop video. On the bottom left, it says stop video.
Put an updated picture of yourself.
Come on. See me,
Are you
Mary?
guys there?
Yeah, I'm on.
Mary, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
I'm like on a scavenger hunt. This is fun.
I can hear you. I can hear you, Lori.
All right.
Sonia's on.
I'm on.
I don't see it myself. That's okay.
Okay, everybody on?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, Andrew, I can't click on my video.
I can either mine.
If you move your cursor just anywhere, it'll show on the left-hand side.
Yeah, there we go now. Okay. All right. Sonia, would you bring us back into open session? Is everybody on yet or not?
Sonia, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Sergio?
I don't see Miss Blanca. Miss Blanca, is it maybe at the bottom of your screen, your little camera?
Oh. Oh, no, I don't know. It says you cannot something. So I better do it by voice. That's okay.
Okay, no problem. It is 419, item 7, new business other. Discussion and possible action regarding the recommendation of administration to terminate the probationary contract at the end of the contract period of SA, a teacher at Reyes Elementary, for reasons that will serve the best interests of the district.
All right. Sonia, what time did we go into closed session?
At 3:50, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, the board is now back in open session. We have finished the discussion of the agenda item in executive session. We are now on agenda item 7A. Do I hear any motions from the board?
I move to approve the motion, the administration recommendation, what it was spoken in closed session.
All right, and that is to end the contract period of SA, a teacher at Reyes Elementary, for reasons that will serve the best interests of the district.
Yes, sir. That's what it is.
All right, do I hear a second?
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion, comments on this item? Hearing none. Sonia, please pull the board.
Ms. Brigham,
Ms. Brigham, she said she may, if she wasn't able to get on, that she would let us go ahead and go through with the agenda item.
okay. Mr. Coronado,
Yes.
Mr. Payan? I believe you're on mute, sir.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mrs. Trout,
Yes.
Mrs. Searles,
Yes.
Mrs. Iglesias,
Yes.
motion passes.
All right, that takes us to adjournment.
421.
Thank you, board. It was a
Thank
very
you,
short.
Mr. Coronado.
Thank you, everybody. It was a very short meeting.
Record.
Happy birthday, Ms. Trout.
That's a record for
Happy
us.
birthday, Blanca.
Happy birthday.
I almost forgot about that. What a
Happy
birthday.
birthday.
We need to celebrate it. Aw, really?
Play it, Dr.
Hey.
Aw. Thank you to all of you for me. Appreciate that. Thank you to each one of you.
Welcome.
I don't hear you.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Happy birthday, Blanca.
Happy birthday,
Priscilla,
Blanca.
Priscilla, thank you, and Steve again. Dr. Galaviz,
Thank you.
everybody. Good meeting.
Don't add this to your bill.
All right.
Committees?
To the committee. And
All right. Priscilla, Priscilla, I will send you the certified agenda for you to complete and send it back and I'll sign it.
sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Blessings to all of you.
Blessing.
Stay safe, everybody. Hugs, hugs,
Bye.
hugs. Bye.
Bye.